Morena tātou, welcome everybody to the 29th of April Council meeting for Ōtorohanga District Council. Welcome to elected members, staff and those in the public gallery. It's good to see you here today. Before we start the meeting, we'll go to our opening karakia. Please, councillors. Ready? Mā te whakapono, mā te tūmanako, mā te titiro, mā te whakarongo, mā te whakatahi, mā te manawanui, mā te aoha, ka taia i e tātou. Thanks, councillors. I'll hand up to you, Councillor Tamaki, for words of wisdom today, please.
Morena, so yes, our words of wisdom. I haven't sent out the list yet, but it'll be out by this afternoon, so I'll do it this morning. I just think with some of the stuff we're going through at the moment, globally and in New Zealand, this is quite fitting. We will breathe. We will think of solutions. We will not worry and let it control us. We will not let stress break us. We will not, and we will simply breathe, and we will be okay, and we will not give up.
Thank you. Much appreciated. So this morning we do have a late apology from Councillor Willison, who has come down sick, so I'd like to move that apology be accepted. Second, Councillor Tamaki. Thank you. And we'll move on to the public forum, where we do have 3 speakers this morning, 5 minutes each, and it would be good if we could all be saying something different rather than repetitive. Would be appreciated. So if I could ask Peg to come up first, please. Welcome, Peg, over to you.
Good morning. I'm Peg Purdy, knee count, and I'm here to speak about the future of the Riva School building. I was born in Riva and attended the Riva School for my primary school years. I have lived in the district and area all my life, helped with the painting of the school, planting of the native trees, and keeping an eye on the property. Hence the fencing when the neighbours' cattle would frequently get into the property, causing damage to the trees, and numerous occasions having to ring and write to the council regarding these matters and the state of the fences. I am sure you have this on your records. I firmly believe the school should be removed to the museum. It will be valued, preserved and used by the community. The reserve should then be planted in native trees with no further cost to the council.
Any questions, councillors? Thank you. That's even. So next week. Oh, sorry, you got more? Sorry, Pete.
Sorry.
Worship. Can I just ask Peg, sorry, before, that one of those slides had another building next to it. It looked like it was like a little hall which had a, was there another building there as well? What building was that? Was that a,
You mean the new school, the other school?
oh, okay.
Welcome in.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to the proposal. My name is Evan Cowan and I did all my primary schooling at Rewa. I've lived in Rewa all my working life. I just would like to comment on the four options that you have before you. Option 1, page 3 on the staff report. Status quo. I believe this to be a poor option, as the staff report indicates as well. Building remains vulnerable on a remote site, inaccessible to the general public, because of course there's no water, power or toilet facilities on site. Option 2, appoint Bolt Trust as caretakers. A poor option, again, for all of the same reasons in option 1. Option 3, removal of the building to the Ōtorohanga Museum site. In my view, by far the best option. Reasons I would support, reasons for supporting it. 1, it's a perfect fit with the museum operation, which is a collection of heritage buildings. The extra space would be useful for them, for displays and activities, and the building would be preserved and accessible to everyone. Secondary, it would be much more secure on a town site. 3, relocation is overwhelmingly supported by present and past residents of Rewa. And number 4, the building is unique and irreplaceable. Once gone, it's gone forever. Reasons against moving: cost. I believe this is somewhat overstated in the document. Annual maintenance of $5,500. Don't know how that's reached. However, it surely must be cheaper on a town site than on a remote site as in options 1 and 2, where it's not even been mentioned. I doubt it would make a serious percentage increase to the maintenance of all the buildings on the museum site. The immediate cost figure of $125,000, I think is also misleading. It includes an estimate of $12,250 for repiling, which is actually covered in quote to relocate. Includes an estimate of $800 to wash the building prior to painting, which is actually covered in painting quote. It includes the cost of removal of the museum septic tank and connection to the town sewage system. This is an upgrade which I think should be done regardless. It is quite inappropriate for the museum to be serviced by an ageing and troublesome septic tank system located as it is on low-lying ground adjacent to the medical centre. It also fails to consider donations that may be made, and so far there are pledges for $18,000 from Ōtorohanga Lions, 9,000 EJ Cowan, F Rawlings, $4,000, Manga Roach, $800. That's about $32,000 without making any appeal to the general public. These pledges, of course, only apply if the removal to the museum site goes ahead. The remaining costs do not all need to be paid at once. The cost of removal to the site is already covered by the Lions Club donation. Immediate work required has been estimated at $40,000. paragraph 6.3, and may well be able to be covered by public donation. Option 4. This staff recommendation is, I believe, the worst possible option. Any heritage value the building has would be destroyed by the process of upgrading for residential or commercial use. The building was deemed unfit for purpose in about 1955. Building codes have not become less demanding in the last 70 years. Once in private ownership, it becomes totally inaccessible to the general public. That is, gone forever.
Thank you. Excellent. Any questions, councillors? Rosemary, up to you.
Well, most of you guys know me, but in case you don't, I'm Rosemary Davison, and of course, my maiden name is Cowan as well. I grew up in the Rio district and was attending the Rio school when it closed. And I would love to see this building shifted to the Ōtorohanga Museum. I'm aware that this historic building has probably been a real pain in the neck for the council over the last couple of decades. And I reckon now this is your chance to fix what has been an ongoing problem. So you've got a statement signed by the majority of residents that endorses this move. You have the support of some notable local groups like the Lions Club. And I see Fred is here to support. You already have pledges of $31,800 to facilitate the move. You have an existing group, namely the Historic Society, who will be able to handle ongoing fundraising and access volunteer help. You know, so at least they'll be able to handle a lot of what needs to happen. And you know, above all, and I think this is actually really important, this is the fairest solution. Any member of the public or interested party, they have equal ability to access this building once it's on public display. So everyone's on the same footing, as far as I can see. That's a really good, fair position to be in. So you have the perfect place to put it at the Ōtorohanga Museum site. It'll fit in beautifully, it'll be useful, and it will retain its historic value. So it's a one-of-a-kind historic building. So honestly, I think this is your opportunity. Don't waste it.
Thank you, Rosemary. Thanks, Susie. Any questions, councillors? I take your point, Rosemary, that over the decades it has been a thorn on the side of council. Discussions back across the council, which is quite a while ago. So hopefully we come up with a resolution today to satisfaction of most. Awesome, thank you. Moving on. There is no further questions. Is there any late items at this point? Moving on, no late items on today's agenda. Declaration of conflict of interest. Councillors feel they need to or should declare a conflict of interest. Moving on, confirmation of minutes of the Ōtorohanga District Council meeting of 25th of March. Do we have movers and seconders of those, please? We have Councillor Hughes, second Councillor Liddell, all in favour? Carried. Any questions or points? No, thank you. Moving on to confirmation of minutes of the Ōtorohanga District Council 8th of April. Movers and seconders of those, please. Moving Councillor Prendergast, second Councillor Jeffries, all in favour? Carried. No questions. Moving on to receiving minutes of the Kawha Community Board on the 3rd of April and the Ōtorohanga Community Board on the 7th of April. Move on to receive those minutes, please. Councillor Jeffries, second Councillor Christensen, all in favour?
Just one question, if I may, Your Worship, on the Kawha one. Just talking about the discretionary fund that the Kawha Community Board has, and I understand the Ōtorohanga Community Board has as well. I assume that that's all funded by rates. So what happens to any unexpended balance at the end of each financial year? If it's been funded by rates, I would hope that it's been actually carried over and able to be used in a subsequent year, or what, or does it disappear into a black hole?
Through you, Worship, do you want me to answer this out of the minutes?
Well, the stage we just received the minutes, they've got to go back to the Kāwhia Community for confirmation of the minutes and come back to us. So,
Yeah, true. So historically, the money has basically, yeah, if you don't use it, you lose it, so to speak, councillor. So, yeah, that's what's happened traditionally.
I think the point I'm making is that if it's been rated for, then if it's not expended, what happens to that rate money? What I'm saying is that I'd like to think that we could actually carry forward any unexpended discretionary funds into the subsequent year for funding. Otherwise, it just gets lost. Yeah.
We can certainly have that discussion. Most of the time it's capital work that's carried forward, projects, unexpended budgets, but yeah, happy to have that conversation with elected members around the discretionary fund reports. Yeah.
thank you, Tony. I don't remember a second, thank you. On to my verbal report. It's actually not much report since the last council meeting, wasn't that long ago. A couple of things, I have attended a couple of public meetings on what could have would have done well. At this stage, there's been low attendance in those meetings, so I didn't attend the Kāwhia one to Ōtorohanga and the Ōtorohanga one. And submissions close on what could have would have done well at the end of next week, I believe. So the 6th, I believe it is. Yeah, so not much there, so I'd just like to move my report be received. See the council time appeal, all in favour. Thank you. And now the one we've been waiting for, moving on to item 227, rework schoolhouses. Just on page 45, councillors. Welcome, Ross, and welcome, Sandra.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and just like to acknowledge the people that spoke in the public forum. Thank you for your passion. Through you, Your Worship, I'd like to take my report as read. I'd just like to talk through a few changes that have occurred since that report was published. One of them is the cost for moving to the museum, which Evan is correct in what he said there. The costs have been revised and the total cost is $91,979 after factoring in the community donations, including the Lion Club's generous contribution to cover the building's removal and transport. And I'd just like to also point out that doesn't cover the site preparation, utility connections and the other setup and maintenance costs. I was unaware of the $9,000 donation, so that has not been taken into account. But the duplication of the piles has been removed, as has the soft wash and donation by Manga Roach for site preparation. The building is not heritage listed. As discussed, public opinion's been divided for over 20 years and immediate maintenance of around $40,000 is required, and council has no dedicated budget for that. Elected council members have a unique opportunity to bring resolution to an issue that has required significant time and effort from both staff and previous councils over the years. And while it's unlikely that every party will be fully satisfied, it's important to stay focused on making the best decision for the community and bringing this issue to a definitive conclusion so the community can move forward with certainty. There's one other update from Bruce Bolt, who couldn't be here today but has asked me to pass on that if option 4, the recommended option, was to be the chosen option and go ahead, that he would like to enter into negotiations with council to purchase the schoolhouse building and move it to its original site, which is on land that Bruce owns. You may be aware that originally the school was on a different site and then it got moved to its current site now. If he did do that, he said he would allow public access to the building and he'd take care of all the costs so there'd be no cost to council. And he also wanted to point out, in the report we had $8,000 for the option to appoint the Bulk Trust as caretakers, which covered some non-building work, the plumbing and the floor revarnishing and sanding. But after consideration, Bruce has said that the Bulk Trust would cover those costs as well, so the option, the cost of that option would be zero as well. And the key considerations I'd just like you to keep in mind is that the continued inaction means the building is deteriorating and the costs are escalating. Selling reduces the financial burden and staff time, but there's going to be some community opposition, whichever option is chosen. And I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Cool, thanks, Anne. Questions, councillors? Councillor Dow.
Hi. I just wonder if it actually fits where it's going to go. If it's shifted to the museum, like it's from the car park, medical centre car park to the courthouse is 6 metres. I don't understand. Normally buildings, you like a 2 metre setback from the boundary. I don't even know if it's a boundary. So that means the building's got to be only 4 metres wide. It looks wider than that. Plus it's going to have to be away from the courthouse so that they can do painting of the courthouse and the school. Because I understand it's going to go between the Guild Wide Wall and the courthouse. Otherwise it's got to go back in that drain still be full, something around that. So I'm wondering if has anyone actually measured? I mean, you could probably physically put it there, but do you need to have boundary setbacks in the museums? Curious about it.
Thank you, Councillor Dow. People have been out there and advised me that it will fit there. A tree needs to be removed, which is part of those costs, and it would be on the soakage field, so we'd need to connect the museum to the town sewage system.
So it would fit.
And it is quite a small building. I have got the dimensions of it, not right with me, but I can get those for you and let you know.
Well, just because Google Maps shows it about 6 metres wide, about 9 metres. So, no, it's not a big building, but there's only a 6 metre gap at the moment, so there's no, unless we shift to the medical car park, that's all I was on. Is it actually feasible? I'm not saying it's a bad idea or a good idea, I'm just saying, is it feasible actually?
Thanks, councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, it's the connection to the of the museum to the sewage system. Is that one of the in that budget?
Yes, it is. It's a ballpark figure only of $20,000. It could be more than that. A lot of these figures are just estimates. To connect it to get a quote on exactly how much it would cost would take significant time. We'd need to go under a road to actually connect to the sewage system. So we've just put in a ballpark figure that I've been advised by someone that is an expert in that area.
And I'd like to know where the actual site is that Bruce Bolton's proposing to be moved to. Is that
It's its original location.
its original
but
location?
Yes.
Where is that? I don't know.
I think it's about 100 metres from where it currently is on Bruce's property.
Perhaps the locals could help us see. Where was the original site?
Can we bring no, Sandra, it's not for the public to be talking. This is a council meeting, so stick within council. We just take it that Bruce is going to say the original site. I'm not sure whether it is taken on his word on that or what that's worth.
I can find that and get it pinpointed on a map after this.
So just from those brief words, I understand it would be further up past the original site of the old hall.
Any further questions, councillors?
Yeah, I haven't got questions. I just want to just say a few things, like what's fallen out of our town concept plan with this aspirations to extend our library for extra space for artists in the future. And I think council's still considering that, given that Mitre 10, it has come up with Mitre 10 about trying to get an entrance at the back. I think relocating to the museum would not only create a valuable space for artists in the community, but it also preserves an important piece of our district's history. And it would be way less cost on the ratepayer to do that than to extend the library in the future. Also, in light of more donations, I think, I know we want to make a decision. I know this has been going on for a long time, but I actually think we actually just still need to do a little bit more work before we make a final decision. Because like one of the speakers, I think, said, we don't know what's going to come out of the woodwork from our public. We've got some very, very generous people in this community. So it might not cost the ratepayers $90,000. It could cost 50. But how much is an extension to our library going to cost? $500,000? Yeah, I just don't think we should be rushing into any decision today. I think we need to stop and think.
Any further questions? Just to add on to Councillor Christensen, sorry.
Oh, thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, it's not a question so much, it's just a comment. I think historically New Zealand generally hasn't been particularly good at retaining its history in lots of respects. And I think from a building perspective, I think that's probably because most of our buildings were built from wood and never lasted much longer than 50 or 100 years anyway. But we're well behind the Australians, for example, in terms of retaining history. And for me, that late offer from Mr. Bolt is perhaps worth having to think about. I don't know whether selling it for removal and relocation to somebody else is such a flash idea. So I'm not trying to have a vibe each way on this, but at the moment I'd just like to have a bit more think about it. Yeah.
Yeah, my question was similar. It's just based on the current recommendations. It's not incorporating the late offer from Bruce Scott, is it? So,
Okay. Yes.
Through you, Worship, can I just ask for clarification? I may have missed it, but if we are delaying the decision on this, is there further information that is required of staff?
Yeah, I think we should do a feasibility study whether it can actually fit there. My mission doesn't fit, but I don't know whether the additional, whether councils can just have their, because I don't know where the boundaries are. Is it all council land, so we just put it anywhere? Or is the medical centre, the Ōtorohanga boards separate? That's what I.
So you just asked the question.
I'm just asking the question, can it? Yes,
Andrew said yes, it can.
She said people have said, is that who's? Yeah.
But you don't believe that it can fit there?
Oh no, not by measurements, no. It clearly can't. So
Jared,
that's what I'm just. Yeah.
Have you got anything to add to this? Because you're manager, community facilities, and have been involved in this. So
got a
maybe.
resource management up, whatever it is.
Sorry, just through you, Your Worship, on that around the boundaries, which I know the building will physically fit there, that's not a boundary next to the medical centre. The medical centre only leases a portion of our domain reserve, which covers that whole area. So that building will not be on a boundary. So there is no setback required to that driveway, which is what I think your question was.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's why.
Sorry, next, I forgot a couple of things. I believe that the museum should be hooked up to our town sewer, regardless whether the schoolhouse goes there or not, in the future. So it would be cheaper to do it now sooner than later. And if we're gonna take a minute, well, not a minute, a little while and rethink about this. I think it would be really important for the elected members to see the Historic Society's minutes, for them to have a meeting and actually minute the donations that they've got already, and hear from them through their minutes, because we haven't actually had anything formally from them. Just something else to think of.
Any further questions, councillors?
Well, Your Worship, just one further question, if I may. If the offer from Mr. Bolt is accepted, do the pledges that have been made still exist, or will they disappear?
They disappear. It's to take it to the museum, but yeah, so they disappear. And in the past, I think when the Bolt Trust has looked after it, not everyone has access to it. So if that was the way we were going to go, there would have to be some clear documentation that staff would have to spend a lot of time legally and get legal advice on to do. It's not cut and dry.
I just, through you, Your Worship, I just wonder if, I haven't heard from some councillors, but I wonder if is there a general sentiment around the museum? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I was a councillor from 2010 to 2013. Rewa School came up repeatedly during that time. It was put in control of the Rewa Reserve Committee, and then all we got was inundated with papers and complaints about how well the committee didn't work and couldn't get on and get things organised. In 2014, I believe, got all back in council's control. It's back in front of me again now. We can delay decisions, but I can guarantee that if you delay decisions now, you'll carry on having the same discussion in 5 years, 10 years' time. And seriously, in October, I can walk away from this, go, it's not my problem anymore, and hand it over to the next group of elected members that have to face this. We've had a very generous offer from Mr. Bolton. It's come at the last end. But what I'd like to propose to the councillors to consider today, otherwise we will delay this, is that we offer the opportunity to the museum committee to buy the building. Let's say you put a $1 reserve on that building, they get the first right of refusal on that. If they choose to buy it, then give them 6 months or until, let's say, election date, in which to fundraise and get the money to move the building off the site and put it on down where the museum is. That way, by the change of the next term of elected members here, Rewa Reserve will be free of the building. It'll have natives planted there, and there'll be the opportunity for that museum, for the school to become a museum. Katrina.
Sorry. So with that suggestion, Your Worship, is council going to pledge the sewer system? Or is that something that...
At this stage, I see that the council spends a heck of a lot of staff time and reserves over a big period of time looking after this. And if we carry on bringing it back to council, it'll be more and more thousands of dollars spent on exactly the same discussion. The building could be removed from the site and temporarily stored somewhere else until such time that the funds were there, I'd imagine, to move to the museum site. That's the case. I mean, we heard from all the speakers this morning that there's a great opportunity for fundraising up there and community involvement. So I think at this, where we are at this point, I think we explore that option before it comes back to council, if it ever were to. So you'd have if we went on the recommendation, we confirms that subject to no further council funding and staff time given to Rewa School matters, and then get hired to work out what the second part would look like in terms of first right of refusal for the museum committee in 6 months, which to remove the building from the site, and I mean, whether that's stored on the Cowan property until such time museum, that's up to the museum to do what they do. And then reference part 3 is reference to manage and Rewa reserves in accordance with government legislation. Do we see objection to that? Or?
I do. I think it's pretty much clear these two families want the building, and if we're going to offer it to sell it to one organisation, we have to offer it to sell it to the other. So So then we might just have an auction between the two parties, but then that splits them up.
I think we're in a situation here, councillor, where there's no three parties who come to us and they're going to be satisfied with the result. At this stage, we're looking for a result that's going to benefit. In this case, it seems to be a greater percentage of the community. And this is our chance to get that opportunity out there. Again, if you don't want to make a decision today, that is up to the councillors around the table. But like Dale did when he stepped out from Mayoralty, it's like, well, leave this in somebody else's hands. So can I just go around the table to see if we have support for recommendations along the lines of what I've said, and if not, then...
Do you want me to read out what I've drafted as you are talking? So the first one, as it stands, which is kind of important, confirms that subject to be no further council funding or staff time is given to Rewa Schoolhouse matters. So that means no sewerage system. So that's what that means. No staff time, no leases, no licences to occupy, no KPIs, no access agreements, whatever, no sewerage system, no ratepayer funding. So I just want to make that clear what that one means, because if you want to consider the wastewater, then we probably need to bring a report back to council with the costings of that, because it's not in the budgets. Right? So B, agrees to give the Ōtorohanga Historical Society first right of removal of the Rewa Schoolhouse from the Rewa Reserve to the Ōtorohanga Museum site on the condition that A, confirmation of acceptance of this offer is made by, I've made a date up, 31st of July 2025, enable them to have a couple of meetings, and that B, the schoolhouse is removed from the site by the 10th of October. I've picked that date kind of deliberately, but we can change that if you want to. And then C, as it stands, the commitment to manage the reserve. So we're kind of offering it, giving them first right of refusal, or, acceptance to move it. I think public access has come up a lot, and, that's something to consider.
Sorry, councillor.
So does that leave us with, should the community not be able to fund it and it doesn't get moved, then on the 11th of October it's put up for sale?
I just want clarity on the sewage thing, because when I was a kid, council decided to put a new sewer main up Mountain View, and where we lived there. I remember the old man going berserk because we had a really good septic system, he thought, but we had to connect to it because it was, so how come the museum gets away with not having to connect? Is that just a...
Sorry, not the engineering expert, but Mark might be able to help us out.
The museum, it's basically got, I think it's one toilet and one sink, so it's never really had a huge demand for sewage. But the big difficulty down there is the gravity mains can't get to it. So whatever does go in there will have to be pumped. So that's, I've had a quick look at it and I figured some form of pump chamber that could receive the existing toilet and sink that would have to be located. I'm just thinking about the possible resolution. It would have to be located before it's moved, because I think you'd need that room to do the work, and then you'd have to figure out exactly where it would go. But that's probably why it's never really happened, is because there hasn't been a need and it hasn't been a simple project. But at the moment, the sewer main finishes at the intersection of the main drive and Kakamutu, and then starts again at William Street, Kakamutu. So there's that gap, it's got no sewer, and that's purely because of that sort of dip in there with the back of the museum. So we would pump it one of those two directions depending on the size of the main.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, thoughts on the resolution?
I'd like the opportunity to revisit, have a better resolution than this. I mean, if we were going to put it up for sale, how much, what any tender it, or is any tender accepted, values, how we work that sort of thing, that information we've got.
Okay,
just, yes, I like the idea of not, the resolution to this not costing council anything. I like that idea. I just don't think we've got the complete information or the complete options.
What's myself?
Well, the option of Bruce Gold moving it to relocated on Islay.
So we've got that option of information that he provided that day yesterday.
Oh, but it's not in here, it's not in the resolution. So,
It came as a recommendation from this option from Mr. Bond. I think we've got to remember here that regardless of what we go with, not everybody's going to be happy.
I completely understand that, but I just want to know what exactly they're voting on.
I support the moving the building to the museum, the greatest good for the community, and therefore I support your resolution.
That's what I'm here.
I'm in two minds. As you know, our people have lost lots of historical buildings and stuff like that. So it kind of a little bit makes me, well, it doesn't make, it makes me sad. But in terms of what we've heard and what I've only been in the seat 5 minutes, the war is between people. It's not between the building. Well, not war, but the discussion is between the people. I support your resolution or your recommendation, but I also support that we should make a decision today. I think it's long overdue, and I would hate to think that it's lingering because history needs to be celebrated, and this is just going on and on and on.
I can understand that you wanted to clarify a late option coming in, Councillor Johnson, but from what I see, it's another variation of the first one anyway. And the building's already not on an original site, unfortunately. I don't think a septic tank makes us a third world country. Lots of us have to have septic tanks anyway, and you know, an option in the future might well be an upgrade of the septic tank if there needs to be more pans, if there's going to be, more people on site for a teaching option or whatever. So I think putting a time frame on offering it to the Historical Society, which is essentially offering it to the public to get a resolution to find the money, to shift it to a new, more accessible site, and putting a time frame on it, as you've suggested, is what I would support. And then at the end of that time, if the public can't come to the party with the amount needed to be able to do it, then it goes out for public sale.
I can't get my words right, but I'm going to try. Breathe. The Historic Society are doing huge amounts to fundraise for wages at the moment. Offering it at $1, I find, sadly, I know a lot of staff time has gone into this over the years, but I find it a little bit of a cop-out because we haven't spent any repairs and maintenance on the building for a very long time. And I feel that it should be half some fundraising, some ratepayer money, because it's actually going to benefit our community, not the Historic Society, not the Cowans, not the Bolts. We're bringing this into a personal thing, and it's not. It's about a building history in our community. And I keep going back to our town concept plan, where we want to provide a space for exhibitions, the community, artists. This would be a space. So I would hate to be sitting around this table, well, hopefully I'm sitting around this table in the future, but I would hate to have the discussion, oh, we're going to spend $500,000 of ratepayers' money to do the same thing at the library. So I can't support it. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Hill. We're assuming the building fits.
Yeah, yeah. And my understanding of the removing the septic tank is because where the building's going to go is on the sofa chair, so that's why we've got to shift. Is that right? Yeah, you can't plonk the building on a sofa chair.
The open seems to make, that's my understanding, is where that is.
So I can figure it out. I just think council, we've dropped it all because it was our asset to look after, so we haven't looked after it, so that's the first problem. But, I think that the suggestion of the very short time frame is quite hard for organisations that obviously the next report is that we've got to give them, they want money for their wages, so they don't actually have any money. So it's, yeah, maybe it should be like a year to move it or something like that. I think it just gives people to get into funding cycles for different things like lotto and whatever if it is going to get moved. But my other thought is, why not give it to the Vaults on a 5-year type lease like all other council buildings? And basically with some KPIs on it, and if it doesn't work, we'll lease nothing else. The building's fixed up, ready to be moved. I mean, it's another option, I think. I think maybe council should actually do the outside of the building, because even if it comes to town, we've got to do it anyway. So there's no reason why you couldn't do that before you moved it, in my opinion. We're obviously detached it. So I'm not, I mean, not as decisive on this one as usually I am decisive on things.
I just know that I'm continually facing questions about council expenditure and what we should be spending money we shouldn't on. In terms of time frames, it's amazing what a level of urgency does when it comes to fundraising as well. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, thank you, Bishop. Yeah, I'll take your point about expenditure, ratepayers' money. I mean, short of approaching every single ratepayer in the district and saying, are you willing to fund this in your rates, when we've actually been working pretty hard to trim a lot of late to keep the rates rises down. We're facing higher and higher rates rises every year. I tend to sort of agree with the resolution that's put forward, recommendation, so I'll probably go that way.
Councillor Jeffries.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, look, I think anything that is going to retain our local history is something that will get my support, and I think if your recommendation will achieve that, then I will support that. Yeah. So I think the key thing for me is not to lose the building. It is part of the district's history, not only Rewera, but the district's history, and I think probably we have some obligation to protect it. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think here there's nothing to stop elected members absolutely supporting the pursuit of this ambition either. We're talking about staff time here and the investment in staff time, repeatedly going back to the same conversation. So in light of the resolution that just put before us, which
Can I just ask one question before we, so if it's not shifted by October, oh no, but just say we do stay with that date, and the Kiwi Museum doesn't come up with funds. We've got a plan B.
Yes, I've
Like
just added.
That just means it just doesn't happen. So.
Just added another clause after Councillor Williams asked that question. And I just want to clarify, because people are talking about selling it for $1. Is that what we're doing? Oh, okay. We don't need to put that in the resolution. It's like, yeah, all right, that's fine. So confirms it's subject to be no further council funding or staff time be given to Rewera Schoolhouse matters. B, agrees to give the Ōtorohanga Historical Society first right of removal of the Rewera Schoolhouse from the Rewera Reserve to the Ōtorohanga Museum site on the condition that, number one, confirmation of acceptance of the offer is made by received, right? It's probably received, right? What date? I've put 31st of July, which is 3 months from now. Yep. And number 2, the schoolhouse is removed from the site by the 10th, and I've said 10th of October, but we could make it the 31st of December if you want. Okay. We can adjust it if you agree to that. C, that if the Ōtorohanga Historical Society declines the offer, the Rewarewa Schoolhouse is offered to the public for purchase and removal. And then D, reaffirms its commitment to manage the reserve.
If the,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, we've already had an offer from Mr. Bolt to buy the thing and put it on where it used to be. So what you're saying is that when you say the public, that would include Henry? Yes? Yep, so we're not giving him any preference over. No.
Me, advisor. Yep. I'm just collecting multiple votes.
Sorry, just one clarity for the, on the very first thing. When you're saying that council will spend no money on the Rewarewa school building, but I understand that if it's at the museum, we will be responsible for the outside upkeep of the other museum buildings. So does that mean, should it be not in its current position, maybe? Not sure, because it's kind of like, to me, it's just kind of once we shift it to the museum, that means
Yeah, good point.
still the Rewarewa
Shall we
school.
ask the report writers what they had in mind when they put that in their recommendations?
So through your worship, given the recommendation that you're now considering, you could make that subject to the B part of the resolution. So obviously if the museum was to move forward with it, then there has to be some interaction with staff around consenting and matters related to that. So you could make you could make it subject to that particular recommendation. So it's not included in that, which is what the recommendation already says.
So could we just, part A then, Ross, could we confirms that subject to B, no further council funding and staff time be given to Rewarewa Schoolhouse matters on its current site?
Yes.
Can I just ask a question of clarity? Who owns the rest of the buildings at the museum? Who owns it? If we look after the outside, do we own them? Are they our assets?
Yeah, they are our assets.
So we're trying to move another building there that won't be our
So
assets.
I just see that the amended recommendation that on its current site. So once it gets moved down there, there'll be a discussion in terms of.
I think the report says something around who would be responsible for the interior and who would be responsible for the exterior should it be moved to the museum site. Could you just answer that, Sandra?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, yes, the current arrangement with all of the buildings at the museum is that we look after the exterior and the Historical Society look after the interior. So my assumption in the report is that that would still remain for this new building. We look after the exterior and they would look after the interior.
So I think on its current site really clarifies that in the first.
Sorry, just for clarity. So that means if we own all the buildings that are already there, the council owns them all. Right, those ones. Why are we selling this one? Well, we might as well just, we're basically just shifting our own building to another piece of the council then.
We're shifting the building of the request.
And we're asking the Historical Society to look after it, so it's pretty much what this is now. Because we own all the buildings, so there's not much point selling them the building. Because we own it. That would be the only building that they own.
I think we're pretty much shifting the building. The point is here that we, in terms of spending ratepayer money from people across the district, what their desire would be to have the schoolhouse on site. It's a matter of the community and the Historical Society. So we're assisting the best way we can here without too much burden on ratepayers. So we don't spend any more ratepayer money on the current site, but we use it as the same model as the other buildings down there. We shift it down there.
So we don't need to sell the building.
I don't think we're selling.
First right.
We're first right of refusal. Yeah.
That doesn't have to be. We typically will.
So backing up from that one, okay. Just getting clear. Yeah. Well, that's why it's a little bit, yeah, anyway, it's, yeah.
Councillor Johnson.
So there's a time frame that the building is to be removed by, and then what happens after that? Is it just removed?
So what's your time frame? Is it 6 months?
Yes, so
So 6 months to raise 90K and move the building.
And you've raised 30K in a week?
Yeah. They probably didn't think they had to do a sales system.
We have the resolution in front.
Oh, sorry, is putting the building up for sale, general public, is that an option if the time frame works? I mean, we might lose the building completely.
That's right. So
We could say that if it isn't, if the museum don't take up our offer, that it comes back to council, but that kind of negates the first one around no further staff time we spent on it.
if the Museum of Historical Society doesn't take up the offer, then obviously it's going to come back to council. So basically, it's correct. So it goes to the request of the society. So if you look up there, give me time to absorb the resolution.
Can you add in that it would come back to council? It just wouldn't get open to the public for sale because, otherwise it'll be gone forever. And I think that's our job. I know it's cost a lot of staff time over the years, but is that not why we're here?
Well, I think the danger of
Spend
doing
lots
that,
of
if
money
I
on
may,
claims.
is that the museum committee, and I'm not saying they will do this, but they could sit on their hands and not do anything, knowing that at the end of December it's going to come back to the council. So I think you need to have that clause.
That it has to be off the site by December, because that's what that clause says.
Oh, sorry.
I wasn't talking about giving 3 months as ample time for them to have meetings and decide whether they want to take the offer up, but to remove it by the end of the year might be a big ask when I know that they're fundraising for all sorts of other stuff, like keeping the walker safe, and giving them a bit more, a year maybe, will get momentum and help fundraise.
Yeah,
I'm not happy with it being removed by December.
I take your point. I take your point, councillor, but what I was trying to say was that worst case scenario, if nothing happens, that building's going to come back to us.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. So that's what the resolution intends.
I think in the absence of that, it's going to happen.
The Historical Society, if they take up the offer, just because the building has to be removed from that site by the 31st, means that they can't remove it and have it somewhere for safekeeping until they've got the funds to be able to shift it. So that's another option that they've got too. So we're saying it needs to be removed from that site by the 31st of December. It doesn't mean it has to be set here straight away. I mean, it's just some private land, it can be kept on until the funds are available to be able to bring it into town, and I think that's an option that they need to look at as well. So.
One last question, Councillor Johnson.
Just a statement really, but I just, to me, we're ignoring the best cost option to the council, and that is that there's nothing here that about the Vault Trust. It's the cheapest option for our council. The building stays in its original, it gets moved to its original position. We're placemaking. There are a lot of advantages there, and we're not giving. We're hearing one side of the discussion here, but we're taking no account of this on the other side.
We have heard the other side, just as you.
Through you, Your Worship, can I just clarify the offer that we received last night to relocate it is onto private land?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Kai, can you put the resolution back up again, please?
I don't support the timeframe. I think removal by 31st December, I know they can move it to somewhere else, but it just seems like a bit of a burden on a voluntary organisation that's trying to look after old stuff, you know, like why not make it a year? Like it's been up a river for, you know, I've been arguing about it for 10, 20 years. I just don't see the
Look,
point of the burden.
I'm not caught up on the timeframes. Kai, we've got another change there, and I'm quite happy to go with this. Can we say upon acceptance of the offer, they have 12 months to remove from the site? That helps get us across the line. The best thing here is to get a resolution one way or another.
So if we've had a date put on the acceptance, which is the 31st of July, 12 months from that is the 31st of July, 2026.
Just read that resolution out, councillors. That the Ōtorohanga District Council A confirms that subject to B, no further council funding or staff time to be given to Rewa schoolhouse matters in its current site, and B, agrees to give the Ōtorohanga Historical Society first right of removal of the Rewa schoolhouse from the Rewa Reserve to the Ōtorohanga Museum site on the condition that 1, confirmation of acceptance of the offers received by 31 July 2025, and 2, the schoolhouse is removed from the site by 31 July 2026. And C, reaffirms its commitment to manage the Rewa Reserve in accordance with relevant legislation, policies and plans. I'd like to move that. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Tamaki. All in favour, can you please raise your hands? It's still out. Thank you. Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, those that voted against, do you want your names recorded against it? Councillor Johnson and... So you can go abstain, that's fine. Rodney is a fence sitter. Take a 5-minute recess, councillors. to reconvene the meeting, and now we'll be coming in. I'd like to explain why we've got these little water bottles in front of us for this one meeting. We've had some exploding water bottles in the fridge and on the desks, and staff are concerned that one exploded in front of Councillor Johnson's face, that'd be liable. So we've got little bottles in the interim. That's true. Okay, moving on, councillors, to item 228, confirmation of workshop direction for annual plan 25-26. Over to you.
Tēnā koutou, e te koromātua me ngā kai kaunihira. Before you today is the report 2025-26 annual plan confirmation of workshop direction. As you know, while council does not make formal decisions in workshops, it does provide staff with clear direction for further work. This report formally records that direction and seeks council's decision to confirm it. It highlights a number of updates to our long-term plan, including how we are addressing the Waka Kotahi NZTA funding allocations, supporting the Ōtorohanga Historical Society, and responding to recommendations from the Kāwhia Community Board. Council also considered but gave direction not to change the current general rates split between capital value and uniform annual charge, particularly in light of the upcoming district valuation. These changes proposed are assessed as low significance and align with our existing long-term plan commitments and do not require formal consultation. Confirming this direction today will allow staff to continue progressing and preparing the 25-26 annual plan in a timely manner. I'm happy to take any questions you might have of the report.
Thank you, Nadia. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Worship. Just in the recommendation, or the proposed recommendation, there's Nadia, under the Kāwhia Community Board, the bi-monthly board meetings, overhead allocation and the general rate split, why are we pushing it right out to 2027? Is it not possible to have it any earlier than that?
Through you, Your Worship, the direction given in the workshops was that we would consider it as part of the next long-term plan preparation. So we will be discussing it before 2027, but I guess it's for the year starting 27 July, or would take effect year starting 27 July.
Yeah, it's just essentially, I guess the concern would be, even if it was done in 2027, it's not likely to happen for another year after that. So we're talking 3 years out before anything happens.
It would be taking effect beginning of July 27. So as part of the long-term plan development, which will start in about 12 months, more plans, it would bring it back to council for their consideration for taking effect as part of the long-term plan next, which starts July 27.
So you talked about the workshop. Was that the workshop out at Kāwhia, was it, that you're talking about, where they made that decision?
No, that was made at a workshop here, and I think, councillor, you may have been absent for that one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure I would have been. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make the point that I think that the real concern behind that was obviously the effect of the rate increases in Kāwhia, and if it's going to take another 2 years minimum before anything looks like it's going to happen to address that concern, then that's a shame. I thought we would have been able to do something for the same.
Councillor, the delay was, the reason why we didn't adopt it was because we're still waiting for the valuations on, valuations coming out next year, which evaluate the next lot of valuations, and if we start changing splits every time a new valuation comes in, and we go, oh gosh, that is disproportionate to where it should be.
Yep.
So I was waiting to see where that was, hence the delay in the introduction, if there was a change to be introduced.
Yeah, no, I take your point, Your Worship. I'd actually agreed to retaining the 70/30 split anyway. That's fine. I was more concerned about the basis of the overhead allocation not being reduced if monthly meetings were reduced to, say, bi-monthly meetings. I just can't get my head around the logic of that, and I thought perhaps we may have been able to look at that a little bit sooner than 27. That's all.
Worship. I guess I'm a little bit concerned that the emphasis around the costs to the Kāwhia Community Board is around the number of meetings. I know that I've received 14 emails from board members over the space of 24 hours that have required staff to do work on behalf of the board, and that's fine, that's your job to ask questions and get information, but I think it can be quite a narrow view just looking at the number of meetings and the number of staff, which we're being very mindful of, not showing, not having too many turn up, and using online options as well. But yeah, it's not just the board meetings that create that cost, it's the work that's done to support those and to support other elected member queries, which you're well within your rights to have.
Yeah, no, I do understand that, thank you. Yeah, it's just, what I'm trying to make the point here is that it appears that it's going to be another 2 years before we get a chance to even have a look at it, just to see what is happening there. That was the point I was trying to make. And so I'll just leave it at that.
It'll be earlier than that because we will start progressing the long-term plan in the next 12 months, as Nadia said, but the implementation of any decisions wouldn't take effect until July 27. Yes.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Dow?
I didn't in the workshop and I still don't. I don't really support B. The upping the grant to the Historical Society to 58,000. I think the fact that we're putting the rates up anyway by quite a bit, I'm quite happy to repurpose in the 35, but I just think an extra 23,000. I know it's not a lot to some people, but it's quite a lot to others, you know. So I'm not really supportive of the B, but the rest of them I'm pretty happy with. And I was the same in the workshop. I spoke to the case, or you know, not heard then, but I'd like it on record that I think it's gee, that was.
Councillor Johnson?
Well, you just with the Kāwhia Community Board D that that ODC consider the general rate split through the 27-37 process, and then H at the bottom that ADC do not make changes to current general rate split 70 to 30. Aren't they opposed, those two things in the same? I just think we should take out.
Or maybe
Take out
H should
D.
just say in the
Take out
current
D.
year. So if we just amend H to say in the current year?
H should stay in my view, but just take out D.
But that's a community board recommendation, isn't it?
Correct. So, through your worship, the Kāwhia Community Board suggested that there was that we look at changing the general rate split, and the direction given from elected members is that we will essentially do H, but we'll reconsider that split through the 27-37 process. So we'll revisit it as we develop the next long-term plan. So they're different.
So the amendment there would be that in the 25-26 financial year. For H. Just for clarification. Correct.
Yeah. Good catch.
Any further questions, councillors? So we have precisely staff recommendation. Thanks. Our staff recommendation is that Ōtorohanga District Council approves the direction provided through the 25-26 annual plan workshops as follows. NZTA Waka Katahi subsidy, that ODC apply a portion of the unmatched local share from the 25-26 rating budget to select unmatched capital $600,000 and operating projects $70,000 in alignment with ODC's Land Transport Asset Management Plan 24-34 and Long-Term Plan 24-34. B, funding the Ōtorohanga Historical Society. The ODC funds the Ōtorohanga Historical Society with an operational grant of $58,010. In the 25-26 financial year for Ōtorohanga Museum, we repurposed $35,000 from LTP that was budgeted to fund Creative Waikato. Kāwhia Community Board, C, that ODC considers bi-monthly board meetings may be the application through the 22nd, 37th TP process. D, that ODC considers a general rate split through the 22nd, 37th TP process. E, that ODC uses refusing the services from the car fare refuse account and the car fare rates account to offset rates for the 25-26 financial year. F, that ODC increase commercial berthage fees at car fare walk by 50% starting 1 July 2025, reflecting fees and charges. G, that ODC undertakes further analysis of cost benefit of meeting standpoints. And the capital value rate split H, that ODC do not make changes to current general rate split of 70% capital value and 30% minimum charge. And the 25-26 financial year. I'd like to move that to item 7. Second, Councillor Prendergast, all in favour? Against?
There's only one thing I'm sort of against. Can that be recorded in minutes or is that not? Is that a motion? So, yeah, thank you for that reason. Against the
Carried.
Namahe.
Thank you, Nadia. Good work. Moving on to item 29, draft development and financial contribution policy, approval to consult. Ross. And that is on page 61.
Kia ora koutou, thank you, Your Worship. I'll take the report as read, Your Worship, but what I'll do is just highlight a couple of points, and there is a correction to one of the financial figures that I want to raise with you and resolve. But essentially, every council has to have a policy on development and financial contributions. They don't have to have either development or financial contributions, but they need a policy. So that policy for some councils is they do not have these contributions. We are not in that category and propose not being in that category. So these contributions can only be levied to cover the financial impacts of growth. So that's infrastructure, assets, or facilities to support or enable growth. And generally, these assets, infrastructure and facility requirements must be signalled either in the long-term plan or through the district plan. The proposed policy before you today retains from our existing policy a proposed development contribution for stormwater just for the area being serviced in Ōtorohanga North. So we have a stormwater project that was completed several years ago that was 100% to cater for growth in that area. So it's legitimate to retain a development contribution for that. We are now targeting that contribution to the repayment of the loan for that work. That's the development contribution. That's in table 1 in the proposed policy. There is a financial contribution, which is in table 10, which is for reserves development. And that's on a district-wide basis per each new lot created as a result of subdivision. That is anchored in the district plan. So they are the two retentions in the proposed policy. This policy also proposes a voluntary financial contribution to support the development of affordable housing. So in working with Tony, we felt it was appropriate to signal this. So it is not a compulsory contribution, but we want to signal this council's intention that you believe that housing development is important for this district and this community, and where we have developers of a similar mind and we can work together, then we can achieve through a voluntary financial contribution a mechanism to enable housing. The details of that would be a separate development agreement. So there's a framework, if you like, or an intention signalled in the proposed policy, but no detail. In the same way that if we had a new developer or a new development proposed and we did not have infrastructure to support that growth, this policy allows for a separate development agreement to be entered into with that development. So while we do not in our current long-term plan have any future projects that are aimed at supporting or enabling growth, that doesn't preclude this opportunity to have a separate development agreement. I'll just add to your worship before I get to the change I'm proposing. So this aligns with, and deliberately aligns with, and I'll call it the new granny flat policy that the government is proposing. So you will see in the section of the policy that relates to housing equivalent units, we are lining up the square meterage, the floor area of what the government is proposing. So we're using that as a benchmark, and obviously the detail around that will still come, but it gives us that opportunity to link in with that. There's also, and it's just an announcement, a proposal from this government to review the development and financial contributions framework as it currently, legislative framework as it currently stands. We have no detail around that, we have no timeframes around that. We do need to move forward with this proposed policy. And if and when this government or a future government change the rules around development and financial contributions, we will pick up at that stage what the implication on our policy will be. We need to review this policy every 3 years, so we will review it in conjunction with each long-term plan process. And now to the correction, Your Worship. So in table 10, the proposed dollar value of the reserves contribution, so that's a financial contribution, needs adjusting. So just a reminder around the formula that's used to arrive at that figure. It's the value of our assets as they relate to land and buildings on reserves or reserve-like land. We divide that by the district population, and then we multiply that by the average household size. I made an error in terms of the value of the assets. I included in that the buildings at Ōtorohanga Museum and the Tigers club rooms on Island Reserve. Those should not be included in valuation. So what is proposed is a reduction from $3,270, including GST for each new lot, to $3,040, including GST. So table 10 will change to reflect that, and that's simply removing the value of those buildings from the valuation schedule for this purpose. And then we obviously add GST on that, and so that's the GST inclusive figure that's in the proposed document. Seeking your approval to commence the consultation, which we must do. There are no specific requirements. It's having regard to the nature of the issue and the level of interest. We think, or I think, it's appropriate to run it for about 4 weeks. So that's from the 1st to the 28th of May. Any submissions that we receive in relation to the proposed policy can be considered at a special meeting of council on effectively the workshop day in June, with any amendments to the proposed policy having regard to those submissions then being referred to council for adoption at your meeting at the end of June.
Thank you, Ross. And I think you may have seen, it's just to reiterate those dollar figures that are policy as part of the review process every 3 years. They'll be reviewed. So they're not set in copy that there for 3 years, but as you look at the LTP this policy, they'll potentially change.
So for example, if in the next LTP cycle there are growth-related projects included, that would then give us the opportunity, or give you the opportunity as council, to have carry on as we are, then there will be no opportunity to introduce new development contributions because there are no projects. And when we get to the point where the loan for that growth-related stormwater project is paid off, there is no need for a development contribution because it's all been dealt with.
That's Ross, Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Ross, I think you pretty much answered my question, which was around exactly what you're saying. So the policy is an umbrella statement, basically, and then if we do have a growth-related project, that would then come back for consideration as a standalone as to what the contributions would be.
Yes, so there's two ways. One is if it's part of our forward work program, we would incorporate it in, I guess, the next LTP cycle. If it's bespoke development that we want to move or support and move forward with, there is the development agreement mechanism within the current policy, which is essentially a negotiated arrangement between council and the developer around who will pay for what development infrastructure, supporting infrastructure, over what time period and so on. So there's, and what we're proposing here, so this is a standard template document that's been developed for the country, so we're no different in terms of what we've got and what we're proposing in here than other councils, aside from, obviously different growth projects for different council areas.
Okay, thank you. My second question was around on page 81, 75. So essentially with the voluntary component and the council ability to decide what contribution will be, is there a possibility that that could become ratepayer expense part of it, just because it's the affordable housing component?
Potentially, and that's why if there was to be an affordable housing financial contribution, it would need to be progressed with council support. Again, it would depend on the scale of the development and the nature of the contribution that was sought from the developer.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Ross.
Yes, Your Worship. Ross, on page, it's page 63. It's under the heading financial, 5.8 and 5.9. I don't know whether I quite fully understand it. It's a very comprehensive report, and just to get your head around it's not easy. But so if we're looking at something like the Riding for Disabled proposal down Ōtorohanga Road, for example, does that attract, or would that attract a contribution of some sort, or wouldn't?
No.
Okay.
So we could only levy a development contribution where there was either infrastructure, community infrastructure that was required to support growth. So you're talking about a change in land use activity, which in that location has very little impact on either the need for new infrastructure, community infrastructure, or utilising the capacity, significant capacity in existing infrastructure.
Right. Then, okay, so the second question was there a contribution taken for the proposed dairy factory out here on the main road?
I don't think so, because and just thinking through this as I reply, the nature of the services that were going to be provided to that development sat outside the catchments that we've currently got in our existing policy. So we've signalled in our existing policy catchments related to water, stormwater, roading, but not in, only in a specific part of the district and stormwater. And my recollection and knowledge of the current policy, there would be no automatic taking of development contributions for that development. However, if, for example, that site was to be developed and there was a request for water to be provided by council, we would potentially be a development agreement arrangement.
Okay. Do we actually have, do we actually hold any funds at the moment for reserve contributions, or?
So yes, we do, and so those can only be spent on reserve development.
Yeah. What do they come to? Do you know how much that is?
Oh, not off the top of my head, but
Okay.
but there are funds there. So
right, okay,
and they've been used in the past to support development projects on reserve. So
just one further question. On page 73, I think it is, clause 32, we talk about tax invoices. And I just wanted to get this clear in my mind. Tax invoices are usually issued for at a time of supply. So are we actually providing a service when we take a contribution? How does the GST work on that? Or is it taken at the time the works are conducted, or because the timing of levying and claiming GST seems to be of some importance? I just wanted to be clear that when we issue a tax invoice, does it include or exclude GST?
they're inclusive of GST.
They're inclusive of GST?
Ross, you don't have to answer that, Brendan.
Well, Ross has answered it, yes, it's inclusive of GST. Okay. And number 37, where we talk about taking a charge on the title of the land. Does that charge on the title allow council to approach a mortgagor, if there is one, similar to how we recover rate arrears from properties, or is it just simply go to a debt collection agency? How can we enforce the payment of that?
So because there is the mechanism to, I guess, levy a charge against the land. It's not a rate, so the mechanism would be different.
Yes.
But there are levers that we could pull in the event of non-payment.
On page 85, there's a table there, table 11. And we've got total cost of capital expenditure for growth and funding sources. Again, I've probably not quite fully understood this, but we've always funded CapEx in the past by way of loan, and this table seems to suggest that we're paying the total cost here by way of development contributions, or have I not got that right?
On two counts, you're correct. So this is a historical project,
yes,
for which a loan was taken out. Some of that loan has been repaid because of the development that's occurred and the contributions that have been levied. This is the residual amount of loan. It is that project was 100% to support growth. So 100% of it can be funded from development contributions, which is what table 11 indicates.
No, that's back clarifies that. No. Thank you, Bishop.
Councillors.
So, just getting around here, purple area, which is the map of what we are wanting to do. So, some people have obviously already built and made use of it. Yes. So you won't be able to retrospectively charge them, would you?
So in theory, they would have already been levied.
They would have been levied.
contribution.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what
So what we're now talking about is the residual amount that's left unpaid, which the balance of the development.
So everyone that goes and builds a house
will
from
come
now
out.
on will get a, well, technically, if this was okay, would get a fee. But the ones that have already built have already paid the fee.
Okay, Councillor. Any further questions? recommendation, that having regard to the decision-making provisions of the Government Act 2002, including the principles of consultation, and consider the proposed draft development of financial contributions policy, the Ōtorohanga District Council A approves the draft development of financial contributions policy for public consultation, with the consultation period running from 1 to 28 May inclusive. B, confirm the hearing and consideration of submissions will be held on 10 June 2025, with the final draft policy referred to Council for adoption on 24 June 2025. We will proceed with that.
So, sorry, Your Worship, you just need to note the change that the change in the dollar value on
10. Got that?
So that's changing from $3,270 to $3,040 GST.
Thank you, Ross. Moved Councillor Jeffrey, seconded Councillor Prendergast. All in favour? Yes, carried. Thanks, Ross. Good policies. Great reading. Okay, we're going to change our order at the moment. We've got very excited Waikato Regional Airport members outside want to come in, so we're going to move to item 232, the Roll Interim Report, Statement of 10, 30 June 2026, page 181. Okay, this is in town. Welcome, Mark. Welcome, Scott. And welcome to Ōtorohanga District Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Morena, everybody. So we'll just get some paper out. Scott's younger, so he'll just work off his computer.
So, councillors, you've also got that presentation as well.
Mayor, it's on screen, isn't it? So, great. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Talk quietly. Your system is very effective compared to some of your fellow councils. All right. Are you happy for me to get underway? All right. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you. Obviously, you would have received our 6-month results much earlier in the year and our draft statement of intent, which of course will be finalised in May. We've had a wee bit of feedback on that, but nothing substantive really. Today we really, I guess, want to talk to you really about, I suppose, a change in focus for the airport company or for the RAL group, and that is really we've had a 10-year strategy both for our property and for our aeronautical business, and that strategy, I guess at the moment now, is all about a lot of implementation, and we're sort of transitioning to that position of, I suppose, planning or implementation versus planning. Of course, we'll talk a wee bit today about Jetstar because we're pretty excited about that, and we'll also talk a wee bit around some of the property activity. But I guess we've obviously got Jetstar coming in. We've opened up the first 10 hectares of our industrial commercial estate, and in fact are likely to perhaps do 20 hectares after we discuss that with the board next week. And we have our first design build, which is a sort of a large 6,000 square metre building, and we're almost through the negotiations on a second building. So a lot happening out at the airport, and I guess that was always the intention, and we'll talk a wee bit about how that plays out over the next few years and the results we hope to achieve for you as one of our shareholders. I would also make, as I've made at the other meetings, I'd also just make reference, and I'm of course well aware that the council have made their decisions historically around funding of the RTO, but I guess what I would say today is that with the introduction of Jetstar services into the Waikato, the RTO's role. We have funded through reserves held by the RTO to actually employ a person on contract for the next 12 months to focus on the eastern seaboard of Australia and to help with the inbound marketing of that product. I'll talk a wee bit more about that as we go. But all that is a short-term fix. Funding is a challenge for the RTO and remains a challenge, particularly as a couple of your fellow councils are under their LTP process now. So we continue to work that through. I'll hand over to Scott.
Right. Good morning, everyone. So,
It's the new Jetstar calling us here.
Yeah. It's like flight attendant coming to, yeah. So just how are we going for the year? So this slide is a couple of months old, but in the past couple of months, the green's still green, so that's really good for us. Just a couple of points to talk to our energy reduction and sustainability. So you might be aware we built a solar farm just beside the terminal about 2 years ago. We've just had the first full 12 months of operation for that. It's delivered as expected, so about a 40% reduction in both energy bought off the grid and energy costs. So yeah, really pleased with how that's gone. A really tangible sort of step on a sustainable journey that's also got an economic payback for it as well. And as we develop the business part, we're looking at how we interweave that into buildings that we can own as well. Just the yellow tick, profitability. So you'll be aware that particularly with the international side of it, there's a lot of startup sort of operating costs, consultants, and costs of getting certification. Those obviously lead to great things in the future, but they are operating costs that we didn't budget to absorb this year. We budgeted to, our plan was to move the dial on building good relationships and navigating the challenges with central government that we had getting border agencies in. We didn't expect to sign a deal with an international airline, and we certainly didn't expect to see an international airline landing in this financial year, so which is now only sort of 7 weeks away. Just as a bit of a forward look at our financials, so you've seen a half-year report with a reasonably strong profit by our standards and a full-year result of 6 million. That's driven by a lot of land sale activity. Now, as an airport, as through Titanium Park, we do sell land that's surplus to the requirements of the airport. So the airport has conserved about 200 hectares of land that currently there's land there for the future runway extension. But there's land around the airport that's cut off by gullies and things like that. Clearly, we can't use for the airport, so it's been sold off under the brand of Titanium Park. We've also, as an airport and as Titanium Park, we've actually bought 100 hectares of probably about 120 hectares now. So we've bought more land than we've sold. But we are moving our focus away from selling land. So as we've sold the land, we've reinvested that into income-generating assets, both aeronautical and non-aeronautical. We wouldn't be able to fund the expansion of fitting out the terminal and seeing an international airline come in without having been on this journey to sell land and reinvest in long-term income-generating assets. We're going to keep doing that. But we're really at a point of inflection now where we're not going to see the land sale activity we have. And for that reason, the debt that we've got around 30, maybe 40 million by the end of the year, you'll see go up to 70 million over the next 12 months. So that debt, obviously a lot more debt, a lot more interest, but in terms of balance sheet growth, it's significant. And actually from a risk management perspective, our gearing is actually lower. So we've got more debt, but we've got a lot more assets supporting it, and importantly, a lot more sustainable income streams going into the future. See, more passengers is great, that's more car parking, more retail, more landing fees, but these significant commercial properties bring in lots of rental income as well, which obviously it doesn't impact the overall business. So if we have COVIDs and things like that, we've got a bit of an insulation there. So yeah, really, you will see a lot more debt, but I assure you it's secure in the sense that we're not putting the airport at risk. We're actually probably almost more conservative with lower gearing and better earnings to support it. Just the other piece that's been quite topical is the runway designation. So this is a suite of instruments we have that allow the airport to extend the runway from 2.2k, which is already the 4th longest in New Zealand, longer than Wellington, Queenstown, and Dunedin, and there's other international airports. And that allows us to extend it if we ever need it up to 3 kilometres. The current designation sits with Waipa. That designation is due to lapse late next year. The airport did quite a bit of work about 2 or 3 years ago around the future of this designation. As
far as wide body and long haul services at the time, it wasn't seen as a case to ever extend the runway further than it currently was, and therefore need to retain the designation. Fast forward a couple of years and things have really fast forwarded. We've got an international airline in, we've got a government that's been a lot more engaged around Upper and North Island connectivity and resilience, and for those reasons it's probably prudent for us to look at the designation again. So there's a fair bit of work streams, planners, consultants at sort of an RMA level, through to macro trends in aviation, Asia Pacific, and that I think probably around the AGM this year we'd sort of give the shareholders reasonably substantive update on that. But the designation, the runway as it is an impediment to sort of Tasman and Pacific aviation services, and in some instances even into sort of Southeast Asia. And just Titanium Park. So this is our precinct north. So if you're standing in the terminal and looking out at the plains, look slightly to your right. There's a farm that's been growing maize for the past couple of years, and some bit of a hill there. That's the earthworks happening if you've been there lately. That's what precinct north hopefully will look like. That's sort of a snapshot of the Waikato industrial market of average sizes of buildings, so some big, some small. We obviously acknowledge we are at an airport as we develop this, so at the bottom sort of left-hand corner there's a freight hub there. That's around 9 hectares of land. There's probably another 11 hectares of land that is just sort of farmland at the moment that will be opened up as aeronautical use. So by developing precinct north as sort of a diverse investment, business park that's away from the airport, there's still an opportunity to connect into the airport by freight and logistics. We obviously are bordered by 2 state highways, and we're not actually that far from the railway line either. So, but we are creating more aeronautical land in doing this as well. So 30% more aeronautical land and probably 50% more than we currently need. But that's probably 15 to 20 years of development. The first developments are starting sort of on the right-hand side, reasonably close to the field. The view that we will retain a significant amount of this property to build that long-term income stream rather than selling. And just the last slide for me on precinct north. So the plan change after 4 or 5 years of work and resolving some appeals to the environment court is now operative. And near the top of the page, the 2 highlighted green sections are ecological compensation sites. So we had planned to reserve 6 hectares of land on the precinct for ecological compensation, particularly for the Peka and the long-tail bat. However, this is actually a better solution in that being able to free up land so we can do more industrial activity around the airport, but equally provide a better quality habitat that connects into the river, which is a significant biodiversity corridor. And in time, as Hamilton City starts to come south and there's more industrial development, we create a green belt between sort of the activities and mitigate some of the reverse sensitivities that come from being near an airport. And as other things like Southern Links is a topical road of national significance, as that comes to fruition, it's fully compatible with that. And indeed, we don't have to have some of the same conversations again. So hopefully we're starting sort of something quite significant regional biodiversity protection into the future with this. And I'll hand you back to Mark now for the exciting bits. That exciting bit.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Scott. So look, what we'll do here is just give you a bit of a quick overview of Jetstar, some of the activity that's underway in preparation for June 16, which is our first flight arrival in from Sydney. But look, just to remind you as shareholders, the economic benefits of having an international service into Hamilton, we estimate by an independent economic study it will deliver $45 to $50 million into the region annually, create significant new jobs, and interestingly, and it's become very apparent, it's provided a level of credibility that these 2 routes, but already we have developed the terminal. If you're not aware, we've also developed it with the capabilities to serve domestic jets as well. So you'll be able to process through aviation security, which you need to do on a jet service, and then you'll be able to either move through as an international passenger, or if you like, turn left, which is not business class, but turn left into what will be the domestic dwell space. So already we have other airports in New Zealand talking to us about domestic jet opportunities. So I think this is going to have the opportunity to really provide us to engage in conversations and using this as a launch pad. that's really just an example of the kind of the partnerships we have involved. Very strongly supported by Queensland, the Queensland State Government have a $200 million airline attraction fund. So Jetstar, we don't know the details of what they've accessed, but they have accessed funding that was put in place by the state government sort of post-COVID. And as well as Destination Queensland and the Queensland airports are very strong partners. And then in Sydney, we have Sydney Airport and we have Destination New South Wales. And then on this side of the Tasman, if you like, it's ourselves, it's Hamilton Waikato Tourism. We're actually the only airport, as you're probably well aware, that actually owns a regional tourism organisation. So that gives us some opportunity to consider different options and partnership. As well as Tourism New Zealand, who are strongly involved, and of course now, fortunately, the government, and you will have noticed there's been a number of announcements by Minister Upston in relation to tourism and providing funding. We've just had a pitch for $3 million that's been made available to the RTOs, and a Central North Island pitch with ourselves and all of the Explore Central North Island RTOs, including actually Auckland and Northland, have secured a $600,000 grant recently that will be spent between now and July. And there are other funding options becoming available by the government, which is a useful time for us. And of course, Jetstar themselves, who whilst will assist with marketing, but are very much about providing the fare specials and the social media and print media around the deals they're offering. And hopefully you've noticed some of those deals, but it's pretty attractive to fly out of Hamilton to either the Gold Coast or to Sydney at the moment. We're really focused on those three areas. I won't go into them, but they're the three areas. So the travel, the travel trade, business events, and then the standard campaign media, social activities. So we pick up as a business, and so does the RTO, any feed from, particularly from the airline, and remarket that and represent that to our audience as well. These are just a couple of examples, really, of the sort of promotion that's going on. There is, we've become a very active partner as an airport company. We've had a couple of our team over in Sydney a month or so ago. I'm over there next month. I'm back there in July with another one of our colleagues. So we're really trying, and that's already paying dividends around the support. You can imagine trying to garner interest from Sydney Airport. It's not easy. We're a very small fish in a very large pond for them, but already that's starting to pay dividends in terms of some support they've found that we didn't know was available to us. Again, just some of the partner activity. As I'm talking through the Gold Coast, as you would expect, the mix is 70% outbound, so 70% of the flights are outbound to the Gold Coast, which is what we and Jetstar expected. Sydney is more about 55-45, so it's more a balanced market, both inbound and outbound. But these are just some of the promotions that have been in market. The booking time is really now, it's sort of within 3 months of travel, normally to Australia, that Kiwis tend to book, and then vice versa, Aussies tend to book. It's just an example, for argument's sake, of the significant advertising we will have at Sydney Airport. It's a massive screen that's just superimposed, obviously, Hobbiton, but we'll have multiple different highlights of the region at Sydney Airport. And then, of course, we have the first flights launching. So on the 16th, in from Sydney, and look, at this stage, we will have Louise Upston on board. We'll also have Steph Tully, the CEO of Jetstar, myself, a couple of our shareholding mayors, probably Susan representing the minority shareholders and Paula representing Hamilton City. And quite a large activation at the terminal on that Monday. And then Wednesday, there is a large activation on the Gold Coast. We will also attend that. So we'll try and make as much as we can. We've also got influencers, bits and pieces. We've got some influencers arriving in regions sent by Jetstar this week, being hosted by Hamilton Waikato Tourism. And the same, there'll be quite a bit of media presence. This is seen as very important activation, particularly for the Queensland State Government and their investments. So we hope to make quite a solid dance out of it. So just 2 slides to finish, and really all I'd say here is that a major focus in the next 12 months will be our aeronautical business, our commercial, both international, domestic, and you'll be reading, there's plenty of media coverage around both the schedule and the challenges for regional New Zealand faced by the New Zealand schedule. Also, there's a lot of discussion around airfares, cost of airfares, and then there is the next tier of regional connectivity to the smaller regional centres across New Zealand, and the challenge with withdrawal of Air New Zealand services or the reduction of Air New Zealand services. So look, all I would say is that we are very involved in those conversations. We try and stay very close to it. I'm also on the Airport Association board, so the industry is concerned about regional connectivity, and we'll do what we can around that space. We're also very focused on some of the. We've got a new aeromedical facility being converted at the moment that will open middle of the year, so we see a huge opportunity there. Our opportunity around servicing of jet aircraft. I think we have 4 or 5 jets at Hamilton Airport at the moment, either being maintained, serviced, or decommissioned. But we have, so there's a significant opportunity for Hamilton Airport to expand and what I call those non-commercial areas of the business. And then finally, what I would say is that we are also now, because we're moving into this next phase of how the airport company should respond over the next decade, we are completing both a new 10-year strategy for property and for aeronautical, for aviation. Those are actively being completed at the moment by external consultants, although Scott and Ben are heavily involved. And we'll be presenting those to the board probably about August, and presenting our findings for the next 10 years and recommendations to the shareholders in November of this year. So again, it's just making sure we are well positioned for the next decade. We're sort of year 7 into the current 10-year plan, so it's an opportune time to really make sure we're well set up for the next decade. And I think I can leave it really at that. The hotel, all I would say there is that the hotel is performing actually well this financial year. Not as well as we would like it to perform, but it is recovering quite well under the auspices of challenges around the economy and challenges around, of course, tourism, until this recent change in this government's view of tourism. But had its best month almost ever in March. One swallow doesn't make a summer, but it is certainly improving, and it's meeting our forecast expectations. And I think that's it.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Scott. Probably in terms of the hotel, is the expectation with the arrival of the traditional flights, the numbers will pick up there?
It's a good question. Look, yes and no. It's difficult to determined there because the flights, of course, are arriving and leaving middle of the day. So, but it will attract, we believe our catchment will go as far as Hawke's Bay, Taupo. So there will be perhaps more cautious travellers that may come up the night before and overnight. I can't say old people like me, but you know what I'm saying. So yes, we think we'll get some spin-off. There might be delays. There might be, there could be aircraft what's the word I'm after? Diverts or.
So a couple of questions from me before I hand over. First off, thanks for the presentation. It's been really exciting over the last number of years for me watching the growth of Hamilton Airport. The precinct around there has gone from a real rural sort of airport to something which is showing its face on the table. So congratulations to you both with the done over the time. Car park capacity in terms of that Royal International flights, how are you managing that? What's the mission going?
We are so we are building a new car park. The work starts Monday, I think it is, Scott. So if you can imagine, if you drive into the airport, round the front of the terminal, and you're swinging, leaving, the area over to your left will be almost a 300 car park, vehicle car park. So yes, that's underway to provide sufficient capacity.
And in terms of, like, you had a couple of jet diversions last week or so, and obviously that caused a bit of a nightmare for everybody. We don't have to go into detail. But a couple of things here is the conversation with Jetstar in terms of, I suppose, even other airlines must be listening. You're talking about the runway extension possibility there in the northern precinct. You're talking with the 10 to 15-year plan sort of deal. You would imagine the runway extension would be a short. Is the case? And so I'm just.
Yeah.
Because, obviously you're talking about wide bodies which can't go there at the moment, but just the opportunity, which is obviously quite huge for you.
Look, it is, but although just go back to this question, and this is why there has been some conversations with central government. But look, and pick a number, but to extend the runway and then, of course, to strengthen it, because the entire length of the runway would need to be strengthened if you were accommodating wide-body jets, along with all the aprons and taxiways. And so you call it 100 million is just a round number. There isn't simply a business case for the airport company or its shareholders to fund that without an injection of funds. So the reality then comes down to, I think the preferred outcome will be, and look, you all know how these things work around designations, but I think it will come down to us being able to convince ourselves and Waipa that there is sufficient reason to allow an extension to the designation. To create and whether that's a fixed period of time or more open-ended, you may or may not be aware that the second runway at Auckland Airport is actually has no defined time frame, so that designation is in perpetuity. And that's some of the conversations. We think that's where we need to lead. So we protect the opportunity, but we can't commit to the physical construction work.
One last question, just out of curiosity. Why do we have to go through security to get on jets?
Well, look, that's a global requirement. So it's not even a New Zealand requirement. So anything over 90 seats.
That number is a lot lower overseas. And that's like 30 in some countries. The view of the being, if you hold a jet, you can do a lot of damage to the turboprop. Is a very simple short answer to that. You do a lot of damage in the turboprop, you got hold of that for the wrong reasons. But you do a lot more with jet.
Yeah. Always smile at the expectation of holding a whole lot of symbols on boots instead of shoes.
Yes. We won't make any jokes about aviation security in case I'm quoted with those.
Councillor, with regards to your question.
Through your worship, great report again, thank you. Could you just expand on the aeromedical facility?
So where we used to have a flight school, it was built by an English operation about 20 years ago, so it was the largest in the Southern Hemisphere, trained about 300 pilots. During COVID, uncertainty around international students coming to border meant that they had to unfortunately close, and then getting it reactivated. So there's been a challenge admittedly under the previous government. There was quite a bit of interest out of COVID. We're probably aware of shortage of airline pilots, and that has dominated the media. We courted a number of flight schools with global operators and some New Zealand ones. As the past 20 years, it is a fantastic facility, but obviously a lot more training simulator based. So large building, a lot of facilities for aircraft that actually modern flight training school doesn't need to utilise. So we've repurposed about half that facility. At the moment, Waikato Hospital being a significant node, if you like, in healthcare. You get the rescue helicopters taking people from accidents direct to the hospital, but a lot more sort of other conditions. I think about neuro or sort of heart conditions in the regions. They'll transfer them by plane to Hamilton. So at the moment, those planes are parking outside the terminal, and it's not a great look having people being stretched out of an aeroplane in front of 150 people waiting to get on their flights. Obviously, that is also the international parking area at the moment, so you have the logistics of getting ambulances and passengers, medical patients through security screening. So the opportunity to repurpose the flight school, better outcomes because it's overall by state highway 3, so you can get to the hospital quicker. It's a great use, sort of a high growth opportunity for the airport, like at a hospital, we're going to talk about medical school and region. It repurposes a vacant facility. Half that facility sits vacant, which is actually all the classrooms and simulator rooms and that. So there could still be a flight school in the future, but probably at about 150 students rather than 300. And that's actually what sort of the demand we were seeing is in that space. So I think we are still protecting flight school, but equally we are enhancing and growing part of our business and providing a solution that we actually were struggling with otherwise with international services, medical sharing a lot of the same stuff.
Thank you.
Councillor Jeffries.
Thanks, Your Worship. Welcome, Mark, Scott. Good to see you both. Thanks for your report. The fit out of the terminal to cater for the national services got a figure of about 7 mil. Is there any sort of agreement between the airport company and Jetstar in terms of the longevity of service? Because I guess if you're going to invest $7 million, you'd want to be doing that with some certainty. There's going to be a payback on that, and we know how fickle airlines can be. So I just wondered whether you could answer that one for us.
Certainly, Councillor. So firstly, the 7 million is an amalgam of a number of aspects. So there is the terminal construction cost, which is actually more like about 3.5 million. The rest is there is quite significant costs for border establishment costs, which you may or may not have seen, and certainly Tanya and the Mayor were well briefed last year as we negotiated with the border agencies, and there was a latent piece of legislation that came home to sort of haunt us in terms of paying for establishment costs to bring the border agencies in. That is a significant component of that number, as well as we talked about the additional car parking and other sundry costs. So it's an approximate of all of those numbers together. To answer your question around, airlines, the best security I can give you is book a ticket, and because if we use it, we'll retain it. If we don't use it, we'll lose it. And there is a notice period. I'm conscious of the commerciality and the NDA we have signed with the airline, but look, there is a notice period if they determine that they're going to withdraw services. But there is, it's an investment we took, knowing that there is always a risk, but making the risk, and I've used this perhaps analogy in other places, when we last introduced international services and expanded the terminal, the costs were roughly 20 million, about 30% of the value of the balance sheet. This time our investment is 7 million on 300 million balance sheet. So I think the company itself is in far better shape to withstand any issues, but there is a risk. use it or lose it.
Right. Thanks for that. So does those border ranges include, obviously, ABSEC and customs? Are you going to have duty free? Yep. Okay. And there used to be a shop inside the Terminal 2 at one stage. Are you looking at bringing one of those back?
We will have our own cafe, and the cafe will sell some product in addition to the standard cafe fare, but we'll have a full cafe facility in the new terminal.
Yeah, I was thinking more it might have been a Paper Plus franchise or something, you know. Yeah.
Not at this point. No. We'll use the cafe and see how that goes.
Well, you must be the envy of Rotorua and Palmerston North, are you?
Well, we think so, and we feel like we've grown up a wee bit. Look, I mean, I think it, you know, the way we like to start, I mean, Hamilton, this is the first time in 30 years, and Hamilton was the last time. So it's the first time in 30 years since an international airport has been stood up in New Zealand. So it's been a significant opportunity and sort of challenge to bring that to bear. I think there are some quite significant barriers now to whether or not there'll be any other regional international ports. My guess would be probably no, because it's not only the commercial business case, but the agencies are very, you know, you probably have read the amount of narcotics coming across the New Zealand border, and it's got particularly bad in the last 12 months. They're particularly heightened by making sure Hamilton is as safe as any of the other borders in New Zealand. But look, the investment, and we will have, to give you some idea, the agencies have a combined workforce of about 40 staff. 40 staff?
To process one flight and then be able to output at the same time.
Right. So, you know, we have immigration, we have health, we have police, we have customs, MPI. I mean, it's a major coordination and required cabinet sign-off. So that's how significant it's viewed.
Oh, that's great. So the estimated passenger number is 120,000. One of the stumbling blocks that I think Freedom experienced in the day was the arrival times in Australia. You were getting there at sometimes like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. That's not the case here?
It's not the case. So here you're departing sort of around midday between 12 and 1 o'clock. And what you do have though is you have an early start ex-Australia, sort of 6:30 in the morning. You're departing Australia. So that's you cop it one way or the other. But we were quite committed to not having late evening, night arrivals or departures. So we'll just have to see how that goes, and obviously Jetstar will keep a close eye on that.
So to PAX, obviously just at the moment, but is there any consideration, perhaps longer term, to look at whether there's an opportunity for freight or even livestock? That sort of, is that something?
Look, yeah, I mean, freight is carried in is carried in passenger jets, whether it's narrow-bodied or wide-body jets. So 85% of global air freight is carried in commercial airlines. It's not on freighters as such. So I don't think Jetstar's intention is to carry freight at all at this stage on the Tasman on these services. But I think what it does provide us with is the opportunity, once you've got all this infrastructure embedded, the agencies to look at that. I mean, equine, obviously, those of you that are in that industry or knowledgeable of that industry, there's a significant facility at Auckland Airport to manage, you know, thoroughbreds in and out of the country. That's certainly not something that we are looking at, but it's not something that is off the table either.
Okay. Just one last question. The airports, just looking at the presentation that you've given us here under the heading maintained by aeronautical business, and we talk about a lapse period of the current runway designation. Can you just explain what you mean by the lapse period, and also does the designation make provision for future runway extensions? It does.
So the designation, we were granted a 15-year designation, and that lapses or ends at the end of next year, end of 2026. So, so either that, so therefore, at that point, if it's not extended, or you either give effect to the designation, or you seek an extension. Otherwise, it lapses, and then that opportunity would be lost, which was the question from the Mayor earlier on.
Well, thank you for that. Congratulations on the report. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Hey guys, how you going? I noted you talked about mitigating or trying to mitigate the high cost of domestic flights out of Hamilton. I mean, it must be front of mind this because it's been in the media of late about how basically New Zealand's monopoly is for smaller airports. You know, the cost flying out of smaller airports, the cost is great. I'll just give you an example. I'm flying to Chicago on Thursday for two of us. The difference between flying out of Auckland and Hamilton was $600 for the two of us. So, you know, that's really must be a concern for you to be able to increase your domestic passenger numbers. So, yeah, must be working on that pretty hard, I would think.
Look, it's a complex, and look, firstly, I would very much defend Air New Zealand on one aspect. Their costs since COVID have gone up 70%, and their airfares have gone up about 30%. So, so they've got a challenge to run a commercial operation, even on the current fare structure, I think. The other challenge, of course, is that when you operate ATRs at sort of 68 seats versus 180 on a jet, then your costs of operation mean that you can offer far more competitive fares across a jet service. So that is so there's some inherent challenges there. If we compare our services to Wellington and Christchurch versus Auckland, generally there is not a huge, there's normally less than a $50 differential in fare. So for us though, the real opportunity now is we've built the infrastructure, so how can we get a domestic jet service operating? Both because it will be competitive in fares, and secondly, it will be quicker. Now it's an hour 10 to Christchurch, it's 45 minutes or 50 minutes to Wellington. And look, I would be very hopeful that we will have a domestic jet service within the next 12 months.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I mean, you acknowledge that it's, you know, the choice between flying out of Auckland and Hamilton. I mean, I would much rather fly out of Hamilton, but it's just gotten too expensive for, maybe not so much for businesses or councils start flying out of there, because it's all paid for, but you know what I mean. So you could actually gain quite a passenger base if you can get that close to through. So it's good to see that it's possible to fruition anyway.
And look, ironically, we have very high load factors, so actually the flights are well utilised out of Hamilton, and certainly into Christchurch. And Wellington's had a bit of a challenge because the government has closed its purse strings. So any airport that flies into Wellington has suffered up to a 40% decline in passenger numbers. We haven't been affected as badly as that. So, so it's a difficult problem to solve, and I think the government are caught here because they own 51% of the airline, but they're also sensitive to the cost of regional connectivity and airfares.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Mark Scott. I'd like to let you go, but I will just ask one question just in front of me. How's the fog trials going? The fog trials.
We don't have fog, Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that.
You might recall we invested in that company. Look, the fog, the trials were not successful. They could not disperse the fog sufficiently. Not only, so they actually now have moved, they're still working on that, but they've moved into forecasting, and they're working very, very closely with a number of airports, including offshore. Scott, you might want to pick up.
A couple of airports in the UK as well, sort of London. So, and the idea being airlines sometimes are making decisions to cancel flights the night before. So, and probably just to clarify, the technology actually works. It's getting it to work on a commercial scale. You can the concept works in a lab, and it works on a small scale, but unfortunately the Waikato, on the day we get fogged in the Waikato, was just a little too much for it. So, so it does work. It's getting it to commercially viable, and that's quite a gap that needs to be bridged, and that's probably some time. But the idea with forecasting is that airlines can make better decisions. So they've got algorithms and AI that monitor history of weather patterns and variables, rather than sort of watching the 6 o'clock news and making a decision on that. So already, I think Air New Zealand are quite actively engaged in this part of it, more so than they were with actually flying a drone around. So that's really positive that it's got a number of stakeholders more engaged. It's obviously early days, but they're going to start almost with cameras at Hamilton monitoring it as well. So we can get better decisions out of airlines who have more confidence that a flight can leave Wellington, not get land in Hamilton, or that they're not going to make decisions to cancel flights 6, 12, 8 hours in advance when they know this sort of technology is a bit more accurate up to an hour out.
Thank you. Yeah, our fog forecasting is either the first flight while the plane's on the ground or go the night before.
Yeah.
I think I once said that to you. Yes, you make sure you get the first flight out if you because it's likely the flight will get out. It's questionable whether it gets in.
Awesome. Thanks to the both of you. So we have a staff recommendation in front of us that the Ōtorohanga District Council received the role interim report for the period ending 31 December 2024, and B, receives the role group statement of intent and endorses direction set therein, subject to the following feedback, if any, from the company's board of directors. I'd like to move that. Secretary Councillor Dow, all in favour? It's carried. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mayor, can you indulge me for one moment? I just want to publicly acknowledge your service and support to the airport over the last, well, it will be 3 terms. 4 terms. But 3 is mayor, right? Will be 4 terms with your councillor. But look, what I would say is you've been a great support to the company. Barry Harris, our chair, wanted me to pass on the board's acknowledgement and thanks for your support, and by the way, Tanya, also for your support, and all the best for your future, and no doubt look forward to catching up or seeing you around at some point.
And Mark, thanks for that. Sorry. Well, yes.
We need a bigger Chandler.
We'll talk later. Hey, but something to take back to Barry as a gesture of goodwill to me. Lifetime parking. And if my license plate can just stay registered in there, will be sweet. So thanks, Mark.
If you buy me a beer, we can have a chat.
Cheers. So, councillors, it appears to be lunchtime, so we'll adjourn for lunch.
we'll take that.
Kia ora, welcome back, whānau. We're going to reconvene the meeting this afternoon. Welcome, Amber Lee. And Cassidy, I'll hand over to you as you introduce the Māori engagement framework to us.
Ka pai. Tēnā koe kore matua, o te rā koutou mā kaipunihira, mihi ana kia koutou I tēnei rā. O te rā kia koe hoki Amber Lee, no tai mai, ki rungi a hui tawa, mihi ana kia koe. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad I'm able to meet with you this afternoon to present the Māori Engagement Framework. I don't have a presentation to accommodate this report. I guess, yeah, just in terms of wanting to just really thread through some of the kōrero that was tabled at our last meeting where we presented the draft framework. So following that, and you'll see within the report, I'll take it as read, and specifically within the appendix, outlining some of the review summary. It highlights some of the key actions that Amber Lee and I took alongside our designers that incorporated kōrero feedback, not only from ourselves, but also from some of the Māori interview participants and from key leadership members as well. Would you like me to go through those specifically, or should I open it for questions?
I think we've gone through it, I think, quite thoroughly. As you said, unless there's anything really comprehensive that has been found, some fundamental change that we're not aware of.
No, Your Worship, there haven't been any significant changes since, no new information to table, but rather just wanted to show in a summary that we did not only value your kōrero contributions, but incorporated to an extent some other outlined actions in terms of where we might be able to thread in some things like learning about history or some ongoing or active tribunal claims.
Awesome. Thanks, look, we really appreciate the document. It's really good to see it there. It looks cool, reads well. And Lee, thank you for making it done to get us to this point as well. I'm open the floor up to questions, if there are any. The floor is quiet, so are you? No, the floor is quiet, so I assume everybody is. No, they're not.
Sorry.
No, they're not satisfied. Councillor Christensen.
Yeah, I don't want to be the elephant in the room or anything, but I was just wondering if, like, after this is adopted, or how the establishment of the paid advisory committee works, and how does council work out a budget for this, and where does that budget come from? Is it going to be added into rates in the plan? Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, I don't disagree with it at all. I'm just, like, when I'm asked by a ratepayer, I want to be able to explain it. Yeah, so budgets for consultation with Māori representatives and stuff like that. Yeah.
Good question, through you, Your Worship. So we already have established budgets for the work that Council has indicated they want us to do through our long-term plan process. So those budgets are already intact. And what I think I said at the workshop where this was presented is that there are no plans in this long-term plan to increase the budgets in this area. That would be a kōrero that we have as part of our development of our next long-term plan. So we are going to bring an implementation plan back to you
at the next council
meeting. Yes, an implementation plan, and you'll get to see how we've kind of, I guess, structured the delivery and implementation of this, staggered that over a few years, but the LTP will be the next time we have that group.
Thanks.
Councillor Dale.
Yeah, mine was, because unfortunately money's the root of evil at times. But on page 117, it's just got that council should consider consistent remuneration and resources, so which is fine. But if you're paying for a service or a product, there has to be, there's also other things like timelines, because I know that's been an issue with someone I know who's wanting, wanting feedback, happy to pay some money but not getting a time. And so this document's pretty much a living document and we can evolve it as we go. Is that understanding? Yeah, so it's sort of a starting point because I think the time frames, like if you start charging someone for something, they expect a certain service at a certain time. So I guess in a later time, we may have a fees and services type schedule, so to speak. But this is just the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. Through you, Your Worship, and Amber Lee may have experience with how other councils manage this. I know my experience with different councils is that we have been quite clear with a kind of a schedule of, how we will contribute. We've put in place a koha policy because we felt that it needed some rigour and structure around it. That went through Risk and Assurance Committee, so that gets the eyes of that committee around that. I guess what I kind of think we're moving from is expecting people to give us the significant amounts of time for a $20 petrol voucher, when we're expecting back their wisdom, their input, their advice, their expertise. And so it's about how do we strike that balance. And I totally agree, we've got to be clear around what we expect when we move into that sort of framework. But yeah, I'm not sure whether Amber Lee or maybe Cassidy have any other comments on that.
Tēnā koutou, katoa, just wish to add, yes, you are correct, Tanya. So I guess in terms of remuneration, and this is why it sits outside of scope in terms of the development of the framework, it was, so if you consider some of the participants that you currently engage, they are actually subject matter experts. And to your point, Tanya, it was in terms of some of the feedback received throughout the interviews, it was noted that perhaps there was an imbalance around recognising their expertise more appropriately. So good on you, Councillor, for picking that up. Again, that's out of scope in terms of the development of the framework, but that will go back to Tanya and the team to consider and look at how that might need to be improved or integrated later down the track. Tēnā koutou.
Questions, councillors? We have a self-recommendation that Ōtorohanga District Council adopt the Māori Engagement Framework, document number 818-948. I'd like to move that. Seconded. Councillor Christensen, all in favour? That's carried. Thank you for the mic. Really appreciate it. It looks good. Thank you, Amber Lee.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Tēnā koutou.
Item 231, CoLab Interim Report and Statement of Intent, 30 June 2026 on page 144.
Just through Your Worship, we haven't actually done the airport report yet. No, we heard from the speakers, but I don't think we had a mover and seconder. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh. My apologies. I thought, actually taken.
Graham, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So, yeah, I'd just like to present CoLab's 6-month report to the end of December last year and their statement of intent for the 25-26, which are both attached to the report. So I'll take it as read and happy to take any questions which I'll endeavour to answer or possibly Max or Tanya or Ross can answer if I can.
Thank you, Graham. I've got no questions. It's actually a good report because a few questions I had when I was reading through there got answered during the document while I was reading it, so which is always a sign of a good document. Any questions, councillors?
Yes, Your Worship. Graham, under the electric vehicle EV charging network collaboration, were we one of the 9 councils that were involved in that? Yes. We were, great, okay. In terms of services, when did we do we still do our insurance through CoLab?
Yes.
We do, great, thank you. I like this. And in the chairman's...
Just further to that, we now, through Aon, we include our public liability, professional indemnity. All our insurance is through there now. Previously, that was through Marsh.
And just one last question, in the chairman's report, third paragraph, he talks about the significant changes here is that our forecasts now reflect the disestablishment of co-lab learning, blah, blah, blah. And I gather, what was it that prevented us from becoming involved in that? Or did you not think it was worth entering into in the first place? Yeah.
Are we talking about co-lab learning?
Yeah.
So we were one of the councils that were involved in co-lab learning.
Right.
From the start, I did some of their modules, they were really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was low utilisation and some of the bigger councils moved to new HRIS models, like Human Resources Information System models, which had learning modules with them. And so they indicated they were going to withdraw in the coming years. So we decided to kind of cut our losses early rather than try and, keep it moving just with the small councils. Yeah.
Okay. No, good. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? With the staff recommendations that the Ōtorohanga District Council receive the CoLab half-yearly report for the period ending 31 December 2024 and receives the CoLab statement of intent for 25-26 and endorses direction set therein, subject to the following feedback, if any, from the Festival Directors. Councillor Johnson, second Councillor Prendergast, all in favour? Yes, carried. Thank you, Graham. Moving on now that Robbie's entered the room, item 233, capital projects report for the month ending 31st March 2025 on page 198. Dr. Mark and Robbie.
Thank you, Worship. Good afternoon, councillors. This report provides an update on the completion of 2024-2025 capital projects and the progress on those projects for the period ending 31st March 2025. I'll take the report as read, but we'll update one item before I yield the floor. Item 4.1, the Land Development Advisor role recruitment has completed and onboarding has commenced as of yesterday. Thank you. I'll hand it over to the floor.
Any questions, councillors? Seems like a lot of poo got removed.
Oh. Yeah. I'm just curious. What does a land development advisor do? Just curious.
Role involves a lot of the consenting work, the technical requirements around building consents. Also involved in our major consents out here, KFC walls, comprehensive stormwater, basically all the consents council, majority. Yeah, it's okay.
Role between the link between planning and engineering. So any developments that take place, it's a really important function.
So it's not such a person like, as a land developer, I go knock on his door and say, can you explain to me? It's more helping her or she. Go and have her and him sit. Anyway,
The person we've recruited is a woman. She started yesterday. Yeah, sorry.
Person, a woman, yeah. Oh, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is she's not like a public facing that the prospective land developer comes to visits, rather helps you, but yeah.
Potentially, but I believe council has a duty planner, which would be the front facing officer when people come to the front desk.
Thanks.
Yeah, I imagine that should a developer come to us with any sort of proposal, that maybe the planner might be the first point of contact, but they might involve a wider group, including this role, to make sure that the infrastructure is there before the person advances
So, yeah, I think that's kind of the connection there.
Robbie, in light of the consent for the OTSE wall being given for a substantial period of time now, is fingers crossed for Kawhia the same?
Well, the Kawhia consent expires 2029. Okay. So we've got a few years to get our ducks in a row for that one.
How long does that process take? It's normally a couple of years, I was from start to finish, it seems.
We're already engaging with consultants about condition assessments at Kawhia, so it's already underway.
Councillor Hughes?
Not so much a question, but it's good to see that the sludging has gone well, but I'm not sure if you're aware, but the council to our south has been doing the same thing. Sludging they've run into some issues down there where the pad they put down to store all of the bags on is sunk into the ground, so they've had to, they're going to have to dig it all up and redo it, so they're going to be well behind on there, so it's good to see that ours has gone well, so just put that out there.
Any further questions? Thank you, Robbie. It's really good to see that most projects on target and very well through, so it's always encouraging. So in staff recommendation, the Ōtorohanga District Council received the report titled Capital Projects Report for the month ending 31st March 2025, document number 818837 from Robbie Whiteman, Manager Projects. Moved and seconded, Councillor Dow, seconded Councillor Hughes. All in favour? Against, carried. Thanks, Robbie. Good report. As I said, it's great to see the progress being made on projects. Brendan, item 234, Finance Report to 31st March 2025, page 201. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, this is the monthly finance report to the end of March. I won't go into too much detail more than I normally do. So in our comprehensive revenue and expenses, or profit and loss statement as they used to be called, our surplus to the end of March is about $2.8 or $2.9 million compared to a budget of just under $2 million. Most of that is around savings and expenditure, and the revenue is pretty close to budget. And most of those savings are in the other expenses area, with some savings also in the employee benefit expenses, but that's offset by depreciation and interest cost increases. The depreciation due to the revaluation of the land and buildings last year, plus capital expenditure during the year that was probably slightly more than was budgeted when we did the budget, so therefore all the useful lives were not correct in the budget compared to what the actual useful lives were determined for those assets were. On to the next page, the balance sheet, or the statement of financial position. So in a healthy position again, working capital wise, $2.3 million. 2.4. Borrowings at 10.4 at the moment, down $2 million on where we were in the previous report because we repaid $2 million of that borrowing. As I think I mentioned in the last meeting, this is now obviously reflecting what I'd said we had done has now actually happened in this. Combined cost of service statement on the following page. So again, this is looking pretty good. I have added, because a question came up last time about we had about 10 million, I think it was at the time, of expenditure. The question was, are we likely to spend that? 4.6 here goes into a bit more of an explanation as to where that's come from. That big, what looks like an amount we're not going to spend. So as I said, some of that is related to roading. So the budgets that we're using here were the original budgets in the long-term plan. This was adopted before we knew that we were getting less NZTA subsidy. And that also impacts on capital expenditure as well as operating. But operating is what I've talked about in this particular point. And also the overheads compounding. So as you may recall, or may not, when I explained overheads previously during the long-term plan workshops,
you start off at one level and those overheads feed to the next level, and then those feed to the next level, and those feed to the next level. So in the cost of service statement, all those multiples of the same overhead are included in the figures, whereas in the profit and loss statement, those all net out to zero, so you only have one version of each. So Tanya's department salaries, for example, there's one of that in the profit and loss statement, but in the cost of service statement, there's the salary paid, and then there's the costs of Tanya's department charging their time to all the different departments, and then that charged to different. So you multiply the costs, so that's why you end up with a much bigger total expenditure figure compared to what's in our profit and loss. Hoping that's clear.
Sometimes you wish you didn't go down that rabbit hole, eh?
Yeah. But if I didn't, yeah, the question would come up and I have to explain it at some point. So it's, yeah, I try to make it as easy as possible, but I know it's complex. On the following page, our cash flows. So we're sitting pretty good there. So the operating activities is pretty much on full year budget, and you'd expect that to be fairly consistent. Investing activities, so we're well under in the purchase of property, plant, and equipment. Again, part of that is in the NZTA, so there's about $2 million in the budget for minor improvements, which we got nothing for NZTA, so that's obviously we're not going to spend that $2 million. And then the rest of it's just timing of other projects, or some things maybe slipping into the following year because of timing now that we're not even done this year. And then the last page of my report is around the debt profile. So this includes the updated information for the loans we took. So you can see that we're still getting pretty good interest rates at the moment. And we just had another email from everybody yesterday with the updated interest rates, and they've come down a little bit more from that even. So interest rates at this point looking good. The question was asked of me yesterday, what are we expecting interest rates to do with the musings of the President of the United States in terms of what he's doing to the economies, and do we expect interest rates to change? I think at this point, I wouldn't expect any significant movements. It's more what the Reserve Bank does in our end, so the next OCR and where they decide to move may have an impact on interest rates more than what's happening globally at this point. That's not to say that the global situation may not have an impact later, but at this point, I don't think it's going to cause any issues in terms of interest rates. And so, any questions?
Thank you, Brendan. Another good report, thank you. And thank you for the extra work you've done in terms of getting figures out to elected members as well to answer the questions that have been asked numerous times. So, yeah. Thank you. Questions, councillors?
Got one.
Sorry, quickly. Oh, sorry.
Just before Kit gets
Councillor.
just, oh no, that's probably a dumb question, but anyways, no questions dumb, that's it. So, anyway. But you know the receipts and rates revenue, it's got actual 15 and a half million. Yep. Full year budget, 17.5 million roughly. Shouldn't all the rates revenue be in by now? Like all your rates had to be paid.
So there's a couple of things there. Some people pay by direct debit, so not all their rates are paid. We time the direct debits when we process it to pay the rates fully by the end of May, and then the month of June, any direct debits are paying it, basically prepaying the following years. So the direct debits, one, some people, obviously there's those people that don't pay, which is where Teresa comes in and she chases them up and tries to get money out of them. And part of that rates revenue will include the penalties on those people that haven't paid. So if they're not paying their rates, they're not paying the penalties either. So that will have a bit of an impact. And there are some people that just pay by automatic payment time, fortnightly or weekly basis or whatever. And so they're not, direct debits we treat in a way that if you set up with a direct debit, we don't charge you a penalty because you're not having penalty dates, but don't charge you a penalty because we have control over it. People that pay by automatic payment, they still get charged penalties. So they're still paying that. And then we do have a policy so that we can write those off. If they pay off their rates by a certain date, we can write off those penalties. So part of this will actually reduce as we do the penalty write-off as well for those people. But other people just pay when they can on certain things. So, yeah.
So it's not quite 2 million bad debtors.
No, it's definitely not 2 million bad debtors. I mean, our average direct debits on a daily basis is about $5,000 or $6,000. 20th, it's about $100,000 every 20th of the month. So some people just on monthly direct debit. So you're probably talking a good 400,000 a month on direct debits across the whole month. So 800 of that probably is direct debits for, 3 months. 1.2 million of that is probably direct debits sort of come just from direct debits and other people paying as well.
So it wasn't a dumb question, I don't think.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? Staff recommendation is that the Ōtorohanga District Council receive a report titled Financial Report for the month ending 31st March 2025, document number 818857, from Brendan and Callum, Finance Manager. Moved Councillor Jeffrey, second Councillor Williams, all in favour? Yes, carried. Thanks, William.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, there is the updates. Resolution. That's the word. Over to you, Tanya.
I will do the resolution register first then. So the first one, C287, that's the waste one, and I reviewed an MOU this week with Waitomo, so we're getting close there. We'll keep that one on there until we've got a contract in place. C331 is the Reserve Strategy and Management Plan, and there's been some meetings held, or a meeting held and another one scheduled. So that's staying on there until that's complete. C334 is around local water done well comms and engagement plan, and we're just about at the end of the consultation period on that, and so we'll keep that on there until we've, if we need a hearing, until we've held that. C345 is the temporary road closure for the Anzac parades, and we recommend that is removed. C346 is around a road closure for the Nutunui hill climb, recommending we remove that. C354 is local water down well options analysis and identification of preferred option. We recommend that that is removed because we are underway with the consultation. And the final one, C355, is around the consultation document, and we recommend for local water done well, and we recommend that that is taken from off the register.
Thank you, Tanya. No questions on those? With staff recommendation that the Ōtorohanga District Council confirm that removal of resolutions 345, 346, 354 and 355 from the register. Moved Councillor Christensen, second Councillor Williams, all in favour? Thank you. We'll move over to Councillor
A lot of local water done well. Manawhenua meeting on the 27th of March, an online one which didn't get a lot of attendance, but so that was going to be circulated amongst the rural water people. Stood in for His Worship at the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs update on a change in ministry direction of funding, or a bit more of the classification of suitability. The local water done well public meetings, varied attendance. 14th of April with many of you as well at an update around Waikeria, which has certainly progressed since we were last there. Privileged to give an Anzac Day address for His Worship, well, my Anzac Day address in place of His Worship on Anzac Day. And you might have heard me mention before the Bullard Declaration. So Malcolm Mulholland, who had personal experience of shortfalls in the public health sector with care of his father on the West Coast, and it spurred him on to this is not good enough, and time that we all got together and jumped up and down and asked for some action on remedying the public health, public health situation in the country. So he's got, what he's left here for us to consider putting in a public place is a list for signatures from members of the general public supporting a call for the government to do something about it. It's not a petition per se, it's just because it's not, you're not giving your address and contact details. You're signing it to support the statement, which will then go to support a petition. And so he's been speaking around the country. His doctorate is in history. But there are the likes of the rural medical practitioners that spoke to us at Rural and Provincial last time, the Public Health and Small Nurses Association and various other medical organisations are supporting what he calls the canary in the mine for public health. So if there's any support from councillors, if we want to leave that document in, he's suggesting the library, to generate signatures, and he's got some publicity that will be going out around that, and then that'll be collected and delivered to Parliament sometime in November.
Thank you. So if you come up with any ideas you think is good as or preferable to the library, please let us know. Councillor Christensen.
Not much actually, just Elevate is finally, which is a little bit exciting, has 3 new staff members. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock there's a meet and greet just out there, so you're welcome. Moving to the new, pardon? You know that room? I don't know what it's called. Manapu room? Thank you, Tanya. They'll be moving to their new premises, I think, yeah, we are this week, which is the old Ray White building, which is pretty exciting, being on another corner, very visual. It was a big job moving all the stuff out of the storage room in the back of that building. Yeah, no, that's me.
Thank you. Councillor Dale.
Just pretty much been to some water meetings, and yeah, only the one at the club and the one at Castle. Massive attendance. Anyway, and what else was it? Waikaria Prison. Went to that visit. That was quite good. Apparently, I'm pretty good at shifting furniture, so I got volunteered to help Elevate shift from one place to the other. So that was and that weekend. Went to obviously went to the dawn service and the other 10 o'clock one. So it was actually I thought there's more people at the dawn service than the 10 o'clock one, but yeah, it's always very sobering, those sorts of things. So no, that's about my life.
Thank you, Worship. Community board meeting on the 7th, then the extraordinary council meeting and workshops on the 8th, and the Waikaria visit on the 14th. And just a little side note on that, when I got back from that, I met with my wife and daughter who were having lunch, and because I was quite interested in the recruitment presentation at the start. I mentioned this to my daughter who's looking for a new career, and we're going up to a Talanoa information evening in Hamilton tonight, which is a recruitment information evening. So we're interested to see what comes out of that, because she's got a background in social work as well, and she was after she left school. So it's sort of something that's interested her. So something to come out of that visit was the fact that they may get a new recruit. I'm not saying they will, but it's just yeah, that's quite interesting. Cheers.
I was waiting for you to say it yourself. Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, a couple of housing committee meetings. Local water done well. Meetings. The one at Carfield was disappointing from a support point of view from the public. Enough said. Extraordinary meeting on the 8th of April, followed by workshops, and then we had the Waikaria prison visit on the 14th of April, which was absolutely fascinating, and I'm still gobsmacked with the size of the kitchen up there. Huge. I've got no idea unless you see it. And then you walk through the kitchen and there's the bakery. So it's, so, anyway. I just wanted to say thank you to Tony and to Paul for taking the time to come out to Kāwhia for the alternative access site. Hana Walmsby had organised a trip along the alternative access to Ocean Beach through the forest, and I think that went down pretty well. And I think Tony and Paul have got some action requirements on that, which they're following up on. So thank you to both of them for their time. And then the Anzac Parade, which was very well attended. I think probably, I'm not too sure who said, but they thought that there were as many there as there was in Oto for the Oto Parade. And a good time was had by all afterwards. Yeah, thank you.
Going into detail, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Johnson.
I just attended the Water Done Well public meeting at the club, and we'll always go to the Anzac Dawn Parade here in town. Just heads up on at Betty Home on the 29th of May, we're having an open day. So if anybody would like to go to look through, it's 10 till 2, and we've got 9 hospital beds in there now, so all fully working, and we're fully staffed, full of residents, and we've got our expansion on the horizon. We're just sort of waiting for planning back from our architect, but it's all go down the end of the road. And the other interesting thing is that the dead copper beech tree opposite the supermarket is coming down in May, thanks to the Lions Company who are doing it for us for free. But we're relying on volunteers to clean up the mess afterwards.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Prendergast.
Thank you, Your Worship. The 26th of March, we had the North King Country Development Trust, then the Mana Whenua online waters, and the other one, which is on the 1st of April for waters online, the Ōtorohanga and the Kāwhia consultation for Waikato Water Done Well, the Waikeria Prison site tour, and incidentally, it was later in my report, but staff at Waikeria are really delighted with the amount of interest shown from elected members and staff at the council. Yes, so on the 23rd of April, we had the Waikeria Prison Community Liaison Group. And just a few highlights from that meeting. There will be a woman at the prison again from the 12th of May in the Nikau unit, which is apparently used to be the women's unit. And that will be a division of the Auckland prison. So while they're being housed on site in Waikeria, it is Auckland prison that will be controlling it. They go live with a new build in late July, so they're very excited about that, and everything seems to be progressing well. The new build earthworks have started, and they are running ahead of schedule. They are going to have a recruitment drive again in Ōtorohanga in late May or June, but they haven't confirmed the date yet. They said they'll let us know. And they have mooted a request for an 80km/h speed limit down Waikeria Road, which they said they will come direct to the respective councils for, and that seemed to be supported by the community members that were there. Now, what else did I do? No, I think that's it. I think that's enough.
Yeah, enough, Councillor.
1 month, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Tamaki.
Attended Te Maruata in Taupo. That was really interesting. I was talking to the Annette and saying how it would have been quite nice, even if you were non-Māori, to come on that one, because we did some really cool stuff. We did a boat, We did a bus ride down to Pukawa, where the hui was first held for the kingitanga, so it was really, really cool. Yes, it was a shame. Mana whenua hui for Wura, haven't attended any other community consultation for Wura, but karoha to hear that they haven't been attended in terms of our public. Spoke at the Lyceum Club monthly meeting about our first term councillor and what it's been like. So that was really interesting. Attended Anzac here. Anzac's always a significant time for my whānau, so that's cool. Spoke to some Hawaiians about community living and how we here in Ōtorohanga, along with what they would call the government, we kind of partner with families to enable community living through papakainga. Spoke at the Waimari Conference in Te Kuiti that was held earlier in the month around frameworks of water and how we intend to facilitate our way through our water framework from today into 100 years. So use some of our kids at the kura who have been doing research on how we can sustain our participation and contribution into water. Just a little update at the Kawhia Hub in terms of haura. 9 homes have been completed in terms of healthy living homes, curtains, structural stuff being finished, no drafts, and 4 more in the process. So that's it.
Well, thank you, councillors. Right, if we can go back to the back of the first page of your agenda, so we can say our closing karakia. We close the meeting. Give you time to get there. Okay, mā te whakapono, mā te tūmanako, mā te titiro, mā te whakaongo, mā te maitahi, mā te maiwanui, mā te aroha, ka taia e tātou. Kia ora, thank you, councillors. I'll now declare the meeting closed, and we've got a couple of